following is a presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are San Diego.
Veteran right-hander arrives at Petco Park, the honor of the pitcher to open the home season at Petco. Sellout crowd of 43,000 bringing their enthusiasm and their optimism. That abounds, and one of the reasons Justin Upton, the new Padre cleanup hitter, hit a big home run last night in Los Angeles. The Giants are the defending world's champions, and they're led by Buster Posey. He hits Padre pitching .345 lifetime. We're ready for the home season to begin as we welcome you to beautiful Petco Park. The first game of a four-game series, the San Diego Padres and the world champion San Francisco Giants. And good afternoon, everyone. With Mark Grant, his 20th season as the TV voice of the Padres, Dick Enberg. We're privileged to be able to bring you the coverage of the home team during the course of this 2015 season. And all begins with the shivers and shakes that go with opening day.
Dick, it never gets old, and you just brought up the word privileged. Ladies and gentlemen, I am privileged each and every night to sit next to the Hall of Fame broadcaster, Dick Enberg. We're going to do our best to bring you some great baseball this year. The story's on the field, but that story never gets old, Dick. I remember sleeping in my uniform as a kid, going to the worst manicured field in all of baseball. But you know what, though? You didn't care. You were ready to play some baseball at every level, high school, minor leagues if you're lucky enough, and then the big leagues. This is what it's all about. Everybody, the fans, coaches, players alike, they are fired up like I am.
Well, whether it's opening night of the Opera, the theater, the anticipation, oh my, it's about to become reality, and Ian Kennedy will be with Chris Button when we come back.
I gotcha. Welcome back. A packed house here at Petco Park for the home opener, Padres and the Giants. And one thing remains true in baseball: no matter how long you play the game, opening day is something special. And for Ian Kennedy, his 9th year in the league, he says today still one of his favorites.
It's a lot of fun, but to do it and just to be out there in the big league uniform, you still, like, as a big leaguer, it doesn't matter how many years you have in, it means a lot to put that uniform on and to go out there in front of a full stands of Padre fans or wherever your home crowd is. it's so much fun just to have that that type of feeling on a big league field.
Ian Kennedy and this revamped Padres lineup are happy to be home, trying to get one for this sold-out crowd here at Petco Park. We've got first pitch coming up on Fox Sports San Diego.
Big believer in whatever you want. If you
is
want
my
something out of
all
this
the way
game,
to
you gotta
all
put
the way
work
to
in.
Cooperstown is.
You got to work hard.
Part of the emotion of this day, the first opener at Petco Park without Mr. Padre, Tony Gwynn. Tony Gwynn was more than the greatest ball player in San Diego Padres history. He was a man of character. He personified the love of this beautiful game and his passion for this remarkable city and county, and he took that message all the way to Cooperstown.
I'm a big believer in whatever you want. If you want something out of this game, you got to put the work in. You got to work hard. My father said, if you work hard, good things will happen. And boy, oh boy, he was absolutely right. I think people, we make a big deal about work ethic. We make a big deal about trying to make good decisions and doing things right. And you know what? We're supposed to. That's what they pay us for. When you sign your name, I'm a big believer in when you sign your name on a dotted line, it's more than just playing a game of baseball. And there's a responsibility when you put that uniform on that those people who pay to go watch you play, you're responsible. You got to make good decisions and show people how things are supposed to be done. I'm proud as heck to be a San Diego Padre. I played for one team. I played in one town. I only know one way. That's the Padre way.
The rich words and advice to resonate from Tony for players and fans alike. Treat this game with honor and respect. Love the Padres. Love this beautiful game. Not a bad idea for all of us to embrace the words of the San Diego hero who did it the right way. In Tony Gwynn's spirit, on we go, onward and upward. 2015 home season begins here at Petco in front of a sellout crowd. And here's the Giants starting batting order. Bruce Bochy has his new left fielder, Nori Aoki, to lead it off. Young Joe Panik at second. Angel Pagan hits third. The All-Star Buster Posey in the cleanup spot. Then Brandon Crawford. Casey McGee, the new third baseman, replacing Pablo Sandoval. Gregor Blanco in right field. Joaquin Arias replaces the injured Brandon Belt at first base. And Tim Hudson, the pitcher. On the mound, 30-year-old Ian Kennedy for the Padres.
He had one heck of a spring. He has thrown the ball extremely well. He is pumped up. Full house opening day. And the scouting report for the veteran right-hander looks something like this. Aggressive to both sides of the plate. He's a power pitcher, maximum effort guy. All pitches for strikes at any time. That's when Ian Kennedy is on his game.
And you can find that power pitching in the strikeout column last year. 207 strikeouts, fifth best in the league, and we're underway at Petco. A cold strike. Fastball to Nori Aoki. He's off to a good start. 6 for 14 for the Giants in their series at Arizona. They won 2 of 3, and Bruce Bochy's team comes to this 4-game series with a team batting average very impressive, .330 in their games against the D-backs. Middlebrooks in on the grass, respecting Aoki's ability to manufacture leg hits, bunt hits. 2 balls and a strike.
Yeah, taken away in there. Aoki is the type of hitter that will try to slap the ball that way. It does cut down the range.
3-1. A perfect baseball day here in San Diego. So certainly that'll be the theme throughout this entire season. What days aren't ideal for this great game here? So Aoki, hitters count 3-1. And ball 4, says Greg Gibson. Leadoff man walks. And the Padres defense is brought to you by San Diego County's Ford dealers. Upton in left, Kemp in right with Myers patrolling center. Around the horn, Middlebrooks, Amarista, Jerko, and Alonso with Derek Norris behind the plate for Ian Kennedy. Joe Panik is the hitter. Panik, a rookie last year, played half the games, hit .305, made that incredible start of the double play that was key to the 7th game win against Kansas City in the World Series.
Yeah, he's a good one, and he's going to be a good one that's going to stick around for a long time. A good number 2 hitter for Bruce Bochy. He can handle the bat well, sprays the ball to all fields. He can go, he can pull the ball, he can hook the ball with that big hole on that right side.
Infield looking for a chance at a double play. Strike with a 91-mile-an-hour fastball to Panik was just 24. Umpires Greg Gibson calling the balls and strikes. Same umpiring crew that was working the games in Los Angeles with Gorman at first, Carlson at second, and DeMuro at third base. They'll work this first game of the 4-game series. They'll move on. We'll have a new umpiring crew tomorrow night. Nice one hop by Middlebrooks. There's one. Back to first. No throw. Jerko unable to complete the throw to first base, and safe on the fielder's choice is Panik.
Yeah, that wasn't an easy play as it looked. I mean, this ball is cute. It's got some funky spin to it. Will Middlebrooks working his magic on the backhand there. Well, the main thing there, they get the lead runner. The ball could have very easily checked up on Will Middlebrooks, went to foul territory, and multiple base runners for the Giants. Nice play.
A lot of English on that ball hit by Panik. Here's Angel Pagan. His numbers last year, 300 hitter. Seems as if he's always on base. A pesky out. 33 years of age from Puerto Rico. Lifts that one foul, and the first souvenir for a Petco fan on this day goes to the upper deck, and a good catch made. What a scene. Yes, the pulsating sellout crowd here at Petco. Nubbed out in front of the plate. Norris pounces on it. No play at second. He gets Pagan at first. 2 away. Norris thought about trying to fire through to second, but played it safely. Gets the sure out.
And Pagan getting down the line quickly. As Derek Norris made that look at second base, he quickly decided to throw to first. And Pagan was hustling down that line.
So here's the first confrontation with the cleanup hitter, Buster Posey, the 2012 National League Most Valuable Player. He broke in 5 years ago as the National League Rookie of the Year. He's worn out Padre pitching. Hitting .350 here at Petco, better than any other opponent. Strike one, the breaking ball. A walk and a fielder's choice, and the Giants have a man in scoring position. 2 outs just underway on this beautiful Thursday.
I think that's a great pitch selection for Ian Kennedy. Breaking ball first pitch with that runner in scoring position.
Chop to the left side. Amarista's throw across in time, and that's it for the Giants in the opening frame. Here come the Padres, bottom of the first. It'll be Myers, Norris, and Matt Kemp. He's had great success against the starting pitcher Tim Hudson of the Giants. It's the 12th opener at Petco Park. The Padres 8-3 in the previous 11, and they're set to go. Here's the starting lineup brought to you by Toyota. Much like those that we saw in Los Angeles, Myers, Norris, then Kemp and Upton, with Will Middlebrooks hitting 5th. Yonder Alonso, 6 hits in the last 2 games for the left-handed hitting first baseman. Then Jed Jerko, Alexi Amarista, and Ian Kennedy.
And the scouting report for veteran right-hander Tim Hudson. It was 16th season this year. 39-year-old. He works down in the zone. Master control type guy as well. Very few walks, and he goes out of the zone by design. And Dick, if he is on his game, the infielders for the Giants are going to be very, very busy.
Again last year, he was among the leaders in ground ball outs, second to Mike Leake of Cincinnati. Will Myers, the youngest starter for the Padres at 24. High school in High Point, North Carolina. And there's the ground ball. One hopper, gloved by McGee, and one away. One pitch, one out for Tim Hudson, the 39-year-old who has more wins than any active pitcher, 214 coming into the season. Here's the Giants defense, brought to you by Renovation Realty. Aoki, Pagan, and Blanco in the outfield. Of course, Hunter Pence fractured forearm, and he'll miss probably all of the first month of the season. McGee replacing Pablo Sandoval, then Crawford and Panic up the middle. First baseman is Arias for the injured Brandon Belt. He has a groin pull. They don't think it's serious. Posey behind the plate for Tim Hudson. Derek Norris, a hit in each of the first 3 games, a total of 5 in the Dodger series, and impressed everyone with his foot speed.
Yeah, his whole game right now, blocking balls behind the plate, running the bases, swinging the hot shillelagh.
1-1.
Hudson is not going to light up the radar gun. He is going to go from 86 to 91 on that fastball, and Matt Kemp waits on deck. Can't wait to get in that batter's box, hopefully with a runner in scoring position.
Another ground ball. 2 hops to the shortstop, Crawford. 2 away. And look at the keys to the game today, brought to you by your Honda dealers of San Diego County.
Oh, you ask, Professor, and you shall receive. Send Hudson up the river. Get it?
I like that. Yeah, a little New York touch.
Yeah, get him out of there early. Hopefully the Padres score some offense and light up that video board. It's the biggest in the National League. Hopefully we can see a lot of highlights from this afternoon during the game, and the crowd will get into it.
It's magnificent. The clarity, the tail of that new scoreboard really brightening the experience of fans throughout this year. Here's Kemp, 5 for 13 so far. Yet to hit a home run.
We've got the shift on the left side. 3 Gigantes on the left. And the outfield looks like pretty straight away. Pagan, just maybe a stride or 2 on the third base side of second base.
And quickly 2 strikes from Hudson to Kemp. Kemp is 8 for 22 in previous games against this veteran right-hander with 1 home run.
Hopefully the boppers in the Padres lineup this year make Petco Park look small. I like homers.
And into the shift. Crawford takes charge. And on cue, Hudson with 3 ground ball outs. 1, 2, 3 go the Padres in the first.
I think I'm right in the middle.
Welcome back to Petco Park here in the top of the second, no score, and I joined the fans out here in left field. Got a party underneath the brand new scoreboard video board that they built over the offseason. It is 5 times the size that it was last year and the largest in the National League. And you really get a perspective of it when you see me standing underneath it and just how small I look in comparison to this thing. It is ginormous. And earlier today, they previewed some of the new things that the production.
A deep drive to right field, but it's hooking and foul off the bat of Brandon Crawford.
So earlier today, they got to see some of the production with the player intros on the board. And what was fascinating was if you peeked into the dugout, Dick, and you watched the players' reactions, it was just great to see how amazed they were with what was going on the new video board.
Oh, it's magnificent. Dominates the scene, doesn't it?
It's pretty phenomenal. And what I like, if you're kind of like a tech geek, just how the matte finish, the HD, the music, and just the editing that they've done kind of gave you chills a little bit at the start of the game.
And if it makes a human look smaller, maybe Mud and I should go out there and cancel that diet. Just stand out there for a while.
It's really remarkable. It really adds to the fan experience. And the players and the coaches and, quite frankly, the announcers love it. You could put both lineups up there. You know, during the course of a game, there's double switches, and they get word of it in the master control, and they put it up there, so it helps us out a great deal as well.
Gives a little piece of information on the bio of the player at bat. In fact, Crawford up there now. The fun fact is he was a quarterback and safety on the football squad in high school in Pleasanton, California. We can add he's a former Bruin, played his college ball at UCLA. In there, strike 3, and Kennedy, who fanned 207 a year ago, 5th best in the National League, has his first today.
That looked like the changeup from Ian Kennedy. Oh yeah, he's got the Vulcan grip. Watch the arm speed. Looks like a fastball. Comes in, velocity's not there, and it locks up. Brandon Crawford looking.
New Giant Casey McGee, the third baseman, 4 for 12 in the first 3 games at Arizona. Breaking ball is in there. McGee had some big seasons, both in average and home runs in Milwaukee, and then something happened the last 3 years. He just average and power dipped, including a short stint with the Yankees. There's a base hit to center field as he rattles that one right through the box. First hit of the game. He went to Japan for a year and then came back last season and was voted the comeback player of the year with Miami.
You know, Dick, I remember reading a story online in McGee. He had so many thoughts in his head. He went to Japan and he got to the conclusions. He said to himself, I have to listen to me. I have to be true to myself. So he went and played and tried to do everything that he could to get better rather than listen to 8 coaches. He got himself straight, came back to the States, and he put together a nice little career.
So he has big shoes to fill. Pablo Sandoval moving on. Gregor Blanco 1 for 9 on the new year. Tailing fastball for a strike. Joaquin Arias on deck. It's the first of 4. And we're going to have big crowds for all 4 games of the series. We hope you'll come out and see us. Still some tickets left for Military Sunday. Tyson Ross against probably Jake Peavy on Sunday. 2 strikes now on the foul. Back to the screen.
I know any pitcher likes to get any hitter 0-2, but specifically against Blanco, because the book on him is that he will chase. He'll chase some balls out of the dirt. And this is where Derek Norris comes into play. And we thank the sailors here at Petco Park and everybody in the military for their service to our country. Enjoy a big league ball game.
Yeah, they were involved in the flag ceremony. Beautiful presentation during the national anthem. Ground ball into right field. McGee had to skip away from it, and up quickly is Kemp, and he gets it in. Runners at first and second with 1 out here in the Giants' second.
Oh, death by singles here in the second inning. It was a good breaking ball, good curve ball from Ian Kennedy. He spins it very, very well.
0-2 pitch.
Yeah, you can see out in front just a little bit. And on first base, you mentioned McGee. Yeah,
He lets it go by him, then he'll take his 90 feet to second base.
Hitting 8th, first baseman Joaquin Arias. 30-year-old from the Dominican, a utility player. Yeah, it's in there. Replacing Brandon Belt. So Belt would probably be hitting 5th behind Buster Posey, left-handed hitter who has had success against Kennedy, but in Arizona pulled a groin muscle, and it's a day-to-day for Belt. Arias filling in at first. Ooh, good stop by Norris. Roberto Kelly is coaching at third. Bill Hayes over at first for the Giants.
Yeah, good old number 1 with the San Francisco Giants. There's Billy Hayes. Tim Flannery hanging him up after last year. We wish Tim well.
Kind of miss him and all his enthusiasm. He brought it to that third base coaching box, didn't he?
Sure did.
1-1 to Arias. Just missed inside. Pitcher on deck, Tim Hudson. A career .269 hitter, Arias. Not a lot of power. And Kennedy levels the count at 2-2. So tomorrow night, 6:30 here on Fox Sports San Diego, it'll be Brandon Morrow making his Padre debut against that guy, that man, that freak, Tim Lincecum, 12-9, who's only thrown a couple of no-hitters against the Padres each of the last 2 years. So that's the interesting matchup tomorrow night. Inside, full count. And then a blockbuster pitching duel set for Saturday. James Shields for the Padres, Madison Bumgarner, the World Series MVP.
There they are. Lincecum on the left, Bumgarner on the right.
Big pitch here, 3-2. 2 runners aboard with only 1 out. They go. Swung on a miss. Throw to third. Double play. Strike him out. Throw him out. Norris claims another. That one was easy.
Thank you, Dick. I am standing at a brand new booth at the Padres block party. The booth. A brand new booth at the Thank you, Dick. I am standing at a brand new booth at the Padres.
A big crowd at Petco inside and outside. There's a block party going on, and out there is Ali Sturm.
Thank you, Dick. I am standing at a brand new booth at the Padres block party. This is Jonathan Burgos, who is working the booth. So, Jonathan, I got to know about this booth. AJ for President, what's this about?
Well, AJ Preller, he's done a lot for our team and our community in such a short time. I feel like it's about time to have some change in our country, and why not put an AJ in the White House? So we're here today to celebrate, and we hope that you vote AJ for Pres.
AJ for president. The fans are loving it down here at the block party. Back to you.
Well, we know he'll throw out the first pitch in baseball if he's the president.
Very clever.
A.J. Preller, there's the young general manager, who's done so much to change the face of this Padre lineup, including the man at the dish now. Justin Upton hit a long home run last night, his first as a Padre. Those are his numbers last year as he won the Silver Slugger Award in Atlanta.
You know, a few times already in this short season, Justin Upton has gotten under some pitches and popped, skied them. He squares those up, he's going to be A-OK.
Couldn't find the slider that was cutting away from him. Upton, then Middlebrooks and Jerko for the Padres in the second. Hudson retired the side in order on 3 ground balls in the first. Went out there again, but no offer from Upton. 2-2. Hudson won't walk many. He's very stingy in that regard. So basically you can categorize him as a terrific ground ball pitcher and a strike thrower.
Trying to bring back that two-seamer off the plate after throwing the little breaking ball. Just throwing a little bit of chum out there off the plate, hoping that Upton will bite at it. And great numbers for Upton here at Petco Park.
Played his college ball at Auburn University, where he was the player of the year in the SEC, not only as a pitcher, but as a terrific hitter in college. Slice to right field, a long run for Blanco to the warning path, and he can't get there. He knew that fence was coming and made the slide to make sure that he didn't bombard the wire there, and that left him short of a possible catch.
Well, the higher the ball is hit today, the wind is going to come into play, because in the flag court down the right field line, it's blowing from left to right. So off the right-handed bat, it's going to slice. Right fielder's got to get on your horse. Not even close for Blanco, putting on the brakes to avoid the Brian Buchanan honorary wall out there in right field in foul territory. Big Buck went tumbling about 10 years ago over that thing, and they put up that extension.
And another foul.
See that Tim Hudson is trying to pummel away, and try to sneak that little piece of cheese by Upton on the inner half, and he fought it off.
There have been some changes in the outfield dimensions in the offseason here at Petco. Somewhat subtle, but they may have a true impact in games that we follow. 80 more after this one in the regular season. Hit well to left center field. It's deep to the warning path and off the base of the wall, and Upton into second base with a double. Just missed a home run.
Quite a battle for Justin Upton against the veteran Tim Hudson. So 2 veterans locking horns. Does he get ahead of him? He's going to try to peck away. That's a first pitch breaking ball. That's a hit me breaking ball. Now he starts lowering it. He'll make guys just go after pitches just off the plate. Slider, another slider. Not enough to entice Upton. Fights off the fastball again. Now watch this pitch. Try to sneak it in. Quick, stays alive. Slower breaking ball, speeds up the bat of Upton. Once again, a case of mislocation for Tim Hudson, and Upton capitalizing on it.
Will Middlebrooks with a chance to give the Padres the early lead. The ball for the double hit by Upton appeared to be off the outside corner. He's so strong, he went out, got it, and able to drive it to the wall. Middlebrooks, the last time in the batter's box, homered to right center field, and he's strong. He hit that ball a long way to the opposite field at Dodger Stadium. The breaking ball had him chasing.
That's that slider. You know what was impressive about that home run at Dodger Stadium? That pitch was elevated. It could have split the heart of the plate, but he didn't try to pull it. Granted, Will Middlebrooks probably will pull some balls out of this ballpark, no doubt about it. But when you drive it that way, watch out.
No one out. Upton with a double. Padres trying to get on the board first against Tim Hudson.
I'm guessing breaking ball here.
Yep. Able to spoil it. Jed Jerko on deck for the Padres. Boy, look at the park of the park. It is jam. That's just humanity packed in to what available grass there might be. Fans squeezing in. The expected 43,000 plus today. Strike 3 called. Greg Gibson saw that on the outside corner. That's a wide strike zone.
That ball was way off the plate. Hudson getting a break with that call right there. Watch when this ball is caught by Posey. Well off. That's a chalk ball. Chalk on the other part of the batter's box.
So 1 away. And here's Jed Jerko. Jerko 1 for 8 on the new year. Excuse me, Yonder Alonso. Jed Jerko initially, they were in a different order in the batting lineup, and then they've reversed roles. Jerko drops to 7th, and Yonder, who collected 6 hits his last 2 games, moves up in the order to 6th.
You might see the Padre hitters this afternoon jump over that first pitch sinker, even if it's up a little bit. Well, that's where you want to get it up, but I mean even up a little bit more than usual. Because if you let that go for strike 1, then Tim Hudson starts to dissect that plate and be a surgeon out there and cut away at the outside corner, cut away at the inside corner. Take a little bit off here, a little off there.
And then you get a wide strike zone, and you're in business. 1-1.
Fourth fewest walks allowed per 9 innings for Tim Hudson. Only 1.5, roughly 1.6. That's around the plate. That's precision.
Strike. And Alonso didn't like that call. Nor does Bud Black. That was a good pitch.
Yes, it was.
It's the right call. Caught the knees right on the inside corner. That's where a good pitcher wants to make his living, on those 4 points of the rectangle. So 2-2. And the count goes full. Upton with the leadoff double. Middlebrooks called out on strikes, and now the count full to Alonso with Jerko due next. Slicing foul into the crowd. Hudson very deliberate. Takes his time. Full count. Alonso. All the way to the screen. Not only a walk, but that'll advance Upton to third with 1 out. Wild pitch from Hudson.
Boy, he really yanked that one. Big time. Let's check it out. Two-seamer looking, boy, not even close. He wanted that one down and away. It was down and in. 2 wild pitches on the whole year for Tim Hudson last year. Here's number 1 and a good secondary lead, and Upton taking 90 feet.
Yeah, the Padres can get a run on and out. A good fly ball. Infield will play back. Look for the double play. Jerko seeking his first RBI of the season. 90 feet away. Hopper to third. There's one. Back to first. An easy double play. So the Padres failed to take advantage in the second. Still no score.
Mic check 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4. Does this look okay? What'd you say? Yeah, can talk one more time so I can turn you up. Okay, good. Welcome back to Petco Park here on opening day, and I'm at the new addition here out in left field. These are these sea-level suites, and the reason that they're called that is because they lowered the wall here. It was 7 feet, now to 5 feet. You can come, about 12, 15 people fit out here. Grab yourself a cerveza and some peanuts, and in the meantime, with the revamped roster on this Padres, you could certainly go home with a souvenir ball or watch Justin Upton come rob a home run from out here. But it's pretty neat. Also, right inside, you'll see the team store. You'll also see the social hour set where you can see Jesse Agler, if you come early, do his thing before Padres Live, the pregame show, guys.
That's a good spot. You can. I saw you had your glove there, Chris. You're ready to catch a line drive. Up, if you just pan a little farther, there it is.
Hey,
get
I just
yourself.
Borrow some little kid's glove. He can have it back. No, they said from talking with people out here, one of the best places they've seen a game. It's pretty neat.
And the outfield wall not only lower, but about 4 feet closer to home plate. That'll help that power lineup, the right-handed lineup of the Padres.
I've always liked the idea in a ballpark where an outfielder has a chance to go up there and snatch one back, bring it back in, right? That's an exciting part of the game.
Tim Hudson leading off, lines out to center fielder Will Myers, and that'll bring up the leadoff man Aoki. He walked to open the ball game. Changeup. Ball one. Veteran Aoki from Tokyo is 33 years of age. 5 for 10 against Kennedy. 1-1. And as we approach 4:30 here in San Diego, those shadows start to grow from the left field corner. And covering home plate now.
Yeah, bright ball, right? And then it goes in the shade, and the batter's eye is kind of two-tone right now as well.
Tougher to pick up that breaking ball.
I
Tougher
would think
to pick up the spin, don't you?
Absolutely. Now you tell me.
2-1 and 3-1. So Aoki walked the first time up, runs the count to 3-1 again. Joe Panik next. And something wrong here with Kennedy as Todd Hutchison, the trainer, the head trainer for the Padres, comes out to talk with him. Uh-oh. It's bad enough that Black has come out and apparently patted him on the back and said, you better go get some treatment.
Well, I'm looking at the pitch. Very uncharacteristic, going way up out of the zone. Tough to tell.
Yeah, we'll get Chris Budden on the case, try to determine just what has aggravated Kennedy. So many things in that pitching delivery, ribs, back. We'll find out. So OD comes in. Odrisamer Despaigne, the long reliever, will take over.
Hold on, Diego.
So Despaigne called in prematurely, not expecting to be in a ball game in the third inning. And Ian Kennedy, it's been basically an injury-free spring for the pitching staff. Tough to determine. He doesn't reach for any part. He kind of twitches toward that lower left side and calls out Hutchison, the trainer. That changes the whole character of the game for Bud Black and his strategy.
Yeah, and the mindset of Odrisamer Despaigne. He's used to being the long man, and it shouldn't really take that long for him to get loose. As a long guy, you've got to have the mentality coming to the ballpark. Hey, I may get in this ball game early.
And this unexpected pitching change is brought to you by El Cajon Ford.
The numbers for OD last year: Odrisamer Despaigne, 96 innings. He throws everything up there, different arm angles. Opponent's only hitting .237 off the Cuban-born right-hander.
Much more success here at Petco than on the road, Despaigne. 3-1 at Petco Park with a 1.83 ERA.
So Buddy Black is leading the class here, telling Alexi to tell Odrisamer some instructions there and make sure they're on the same page. He inherits a 3-1 count. If he walks Aoki, the walk will be charged to Kennedy. If he ends up striking him out, it will go to the ledger of Despaigne.
So he likes pitching here in San Diego. Again, he's 3-1 last year, 1.83 ERA, and opposing hitters batting only 188 against Despaigne here in this ball yard. Let's hope he brings that kind of success here in long relief today. He inherits a 3-1 count to the leadoff hitter Aoki. Bases empty, no score. And the walk will be charged to Kennedy. Second walk, both to Aoki. That'll bring up the number 2 hitter, Joe Panik, grounded into a fielder's choice, his first at bat.
One thing I noticed already, even with no runners on base, Odrisamer going from the stretch. From the windup last year, maybe feels more comfortable to simplify things from a mechanical standpoint.
Norris does a good job of scrambling after that pitch inside.
I have to start calling Derek Norris the wall. Not much has gotten by that kid. And we've seen it in 3 games. A lot of breaking balls in the dirt. He's done a fine job.
High fly ball to left field. Easy chance for Upton. Runner tags, but it's a bluff. Good throw. 2 away.
Hey, you make a good point, Dick. As an outfielder, no matter what level you're playing, you should never assume that that runner is just going to, lollygag around the base, right? Set up correctly, get a good charge in on that ball, and get it into the infield quickly to the next base. Rather be safe than sorry.
I like that. Angel Pagan nubbed one out in front of home plate, and catcher Norris threw him out. His first at bat in the first. Runner does go, and a ground ball right to Alonso. 2 steps, and he has the unassisted put out, and the Giants are gone in the third. Despaigne taking over. No score.
I booked it.
What's that?
I booked
it. He was here at the Padres block. The street enjoying.
No score. Last of the third. Amarista to lead it off. Let's go to the block party Baroness, Sally Sturm.
Thank you, Dick. The energy continues here at the Padres block party. You have fans crowding the street, enjoying all the tailgate booths, eating that food and repping those Padres jerseys. They're just truly loving the atmosphere that surrounds opening day. It is the place to be, this block party, right outside Petco Park. Fans, you're not going to want to miss it. Back to you.
All right, Allie, thank you very much. Tony Gwynn Drive is the roadway that runs along the third base side outside the stadium, and they've closed off that part of the street.
Nice.
Big old block party.
Festive atmosphere. Love it.
Amarista takes low. It's 2-0. 0 for 5 on the 2015 season, looking for his first hit. He's had success against Hudson, 6 for 16.
Boy, as a hitter, getting that first hit is always seemed to be one tough hurdle, because you don't want to get 0 for the double digits, right? Pretty tough.
Hudson unhappy with himself, misses there. 3-0. Last year, the first 29 innings of the season, he didn't allow a single walk. And he walks on 4 pitches. Amarista, that's totally out of character. Leadoff man walks, usually a good sign for the offense. That'll bring up Ian Kennedy's replacement, Despaigne. Let's go to Chris Button.
Yeah, Dick, Padres staff tells me that Ian Kennedy is being treated for a left hamstring strain. We will try and get more information for you guys on Padres Live, the postgame show. But again, a left hamstring strain.
All right. Thank you, Chris, for getting on that report. Well, let's hope that's not something that's going to take a DL to rehab. And hard bunt to second, and they get one there, and back to first, not in time. Yes, he did get him. The throw to first baseman Arias appeared to pull him off the bag, but not so. So the Padres, for the second straight inning, a double play takes them out of an opportunity to score. 1-6-4 as they sacrifice bunt. Too bold, right back to Hudson.
Well, bunted too hard, and now the wheels start turning because Bud Black's on the top step of the dugout. Communication starts up in the air. I think he's safe. I don't know. Does he extend the toe? Kind of tough to call.
I think he came off the bag. Bud Black has not challenged, or has he? Yeah, here comes the meeting of the umpires.
That's going to be a tough call. Very, very close.
See, he leaves. Well, he does a toe dance on the bag. Did he have the ball before he was pulled off? They are going to challenge. Black will challenge, and they'll review the play. It's a big play. Instead of 2 outs, no one aboard, you get a man on with 1 out and the top of the order coming up.
And a nice play by Tim Hudson. That ball bunted too hard right back to him. He had one thing in mind. He fired a strike to second base. He can fire him to home plate, but he showed he can throw it to second as well for the force play.
You saw briefly the skipper of the Giants, Bruce Bochy, who has led the San Francisco team to 3 World Series titles the last 5 years.
You know, I'm wondering if they're going to have the evidence of a really good camera angle and slow it down, or is there going to be evidence that they say, hey, you know what, we really can't make a decision?
Yeah, there needs to be irrefutable evidence. Right. And they're going through the process back in York, New Jersey. Another look. He has the ball there, and just as his foot comes off the bag, oh, it's a tough call. I'm not sure there's enough to overrule.
Yeah.
Well, they have a moment. We saw Bruce Bochy 10 years ago. Would you have used Bruce Bochy and Hall of Fame in the same sentence? I mean, he's a terrific manager with the Padres. And now with 3 World Series wins, he's only the 10th manager in history to win 3 World Series titles. The other 9 are all in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much going that way for Bruce Bochy. And you know that he'd be the first manager to admit, you know what, timing's everything. Got him in the playoffs, and the rest is history those 3 years.
And I can just hear he is out. They could not overturn, so the call stands. 2 away. A double play on the sacrifice try. 1-6-4. Can't you hear Bruce Bochy's acceptance speech now if he goes into Cooperstown?
Well, a lot of good players helped me along the way. 3 and 5 years. Hey, so Buddy loses his challenge, right? He loses that challenge, so no more challenges for Bud Black the rest of the game.
Got 2 outs, and Will Myers grounded third base his first time. Yet to be an outfield putout with Hudson on the mound. The double by Upton, the only ball hit in the air. A couple of double plays. That's what ground ball pitchers get. Hudson closing in on 40 years of age against the young outfielder, 24-year-old Will Myers. Hudson breaking in with Oakland. He was a 6th round pick way back in 1997. Outside 2-1. 6 years with the A's, 9 with Atlanta, and then to San Francisco last season. 214 big league wins.
Look at that. Look, the winning percentage there. I mean, that's incredible. That's one heck of a big league career.
Misses again, 3-1. He's walked 2 and falls behind Myers, 3-1. 2 is about his average or less. Strike on the outside corner.
Well, he looks at me. He makes it look easy. Does he with that two-seamer? Both sides of the plate. Doesn't overthrow. That's another big key for Tim Hudson to be successful. He does not overthrow. He knows he only touches about 80, 89 or 90. Overthrow, it flattens out.
Count remains full. Did you as a pitcher experience that, actually feel that I'm going to really grind, I'm going to put a little extra on this one, and it just doesn't work out?
Absolutely. And you know what? I didn't get it till I was like 27, 28 years old. Trying to throw it through a brick wall every time, it's not going to work. And then as you figure it out, you create a little movement. That's what makes the pitching fun.
Up the middle, and the shift on, and it pays off as Panic able to backhand it and throw out Myers. He was shifted over near the bag and takes a base knock from Will Myers.
Okay. I'll just
Hold on, San Diego.
okay, just tell me when it's closed and open if you don't mind, but okay.
Hold on, San Diego.
Hold on, San Diego. Are you ready, San Diego?
Look out, baseball. Are you with me, SD?
And welcome back to Petco Park. After 3 innings, the Giants no runs, 2 hits. The Padres no runs and 1 hit. A double by Upton. A couple of double plays, spoiling possible scoring opportunities for the home side. As we go to the 4th inning, the Spanier in relief of the injured Kennedy will face Posey, Crawford, and McGee, the middle of the lineup. Strike 1. Posey grounded to short his first time. .350 hitter at Petco and .345 lifetime in all games against San Diego. 1-1. And it's not the Padres alone that he feasts upon. He's hitting .308 at career average. Just a solid right-handed batter. And after the high limb, 1-2. Yeah, the Giants, and excuse me, Mark, just going to talk about the Giants losing 2 really big bats out of the lineup last year. Sandoval, and people forget about Mike Morse. Remember how he tore apart the Padres?
Oh, yeah, he could put a charge in one every now and then. You betcha.
So the replacements, Aoki for Morse in the outfield, and McGee at third base for Sandoval. Off speed, 73, way out in front, Posey. So along with Posey and Morse, the injury to Hunter Pence in spring training, hit by a pitch ball and fractured forearm, should be back in a month. And only Buster Posey in the list of the top 5 run producers still in that dugout for the Giants. Another ground ball left side. Again, it's Amarista. One away. Hey, it's time now for the T-Mobile Game Changer. Despaigne against the Giants. A solid 2-0 and a 0.45 and a 123 batting average. So he had the Giants number last year.
That's keeping him off guard. Mentioned it when he came into the ball game. Different arm angles, different speed types, different pitch types.
Brandon Crawford takes inside. Had his best production as a home run and RBI producer last year. Hit 10 homers and 69 runs batted in for Crawford with a 246 average. And Mark Sweeney leaves the company of Mike Pomerantz and joins us down by the Padre dugout with a keen eye on the action.
Hello, gentlemen, and sun splash down here near the dugout.
Yeah, it's a beautiful sight looking through the game to the crowd, huh?
It's incredible, and I love seeing every seat occupied because it's a great atmosphere around here. You know, you get that opening day, but I think it's going to be pretty serious here on Friday, Saturday nights, especially seeing a big crowd. It's a huge boost for the Padres and playing in that environment.
Follow up on that comment. 1-2 the count to Crawford and inside. And you have to feel as a fan the enthusiasm and energy that big crowds bring to a game, and that's a home field advantage. A home field advantage isn't necessarily 18-20,000, but you get 35 to 43,000. Now we're talking about a crowd that can boost a team, especially in the late innings. 3-2 now to Crawford.
Well, Dick, to your point, very tough if you're a visitor coming and you get the razzing, and that's very difficult. It changes your concentration level, but also if you're a home team, they like to play in front of a packed house rather than that 20,000.
Big crowds for this series, that's for certain. Foul tip in and out of the glove of Norris.
Mark Sweeney, I've got a question for you. You know, there's not a lot of secrets now in Major League Baseball with scouting reports. My question is, now with Ian Kennedy out of the game, is there a different approach, or what do the Giant hitters do? Because they have faced Odrisamer Despaigne before today.
Yeah, this is when everyone and all the hitters will go to that hitting coach that has that book, and he'll talk about the book, and it'll be very important to try to devise.
Another ground ball. Jerko scoops it up and completes the 4-3 put out, 2 away.
And what they'll want to do, Mark, is talk about the strategy against Despaigne, and that is very important because it'll switch. You know, Ian Kennedy is fastball heavy. Also, that changeup you have to worry about, but the different arm angles that you talked about, very different in how you're going to do it. Probably an opposite field approach they'll kick into.
Casey McGee steps in. He singled up the middle his first time. McGee with a home run in the Arizona series. Had only 4 last year in Miami, but 76 runs batted in on his way to that comeback player of the year award. He's now 32. California Collegian at Fresno State. Lays in the fastball at 90.
Yeah, big departure for Sandoval. I mean, we saw him so many times within the division. I tell you, if he could get to it, he could pick it, man. He was quite an athlete with that frame of his. Come playoff time, he turned it on, didn't he?
3-1. Yeah, they're going to enjoy watching him. He free swinging from both sides. at Fenway Park, now his home yard. Back to the mound, off to Spanier, and now the play by Amarista in time. 1-6-3 on the putout. 3 up, 3 down, 4 straight ground ball outs from Despaigne. Here come the Padres. It'll be Norris, Kemp, and Justin Upton in the bottom of the 4th. Opening day, Fox Sports San Diego presents Padres Baseball, brought to you by Petco, the power of together. And by Jerome's Furniture, where Jerry's price is the lowest price every day. No phony sales, just pure value. And Matt Kemp fan, and those jerseys are selling rapidly in the stores here at Petco Park. First it's Derek Norris, then Kemp and Upton in the bottom of the 4th inning against Tim Hudson. No score. Norris grounded to short his first at bat. It'll be an interesting season for the veteran Hudson. He had a terrific first half last year, 7-2, and made the All-Star game, and then really faded down the stretch, 2-11. Ripped, but right at the third baseman. McGee stays with it and throws him out. Mark Sweeney, let's look in on Matt Kemp and his hitting philosophy.
Well, Dick, if you take a look at Matt Kemp, what possesses the huge trait is the power, but it's also the power to the big part of the field. We take a look at the video against Madison Bumgarner, head right down the barrel and driving the baseball to center field. This is his specialty. You see the release and the high finish, and boy, is it a great sound off his bat. He still has that pull power, but when he's locked in, he's powering the baseball to center field, which works here at Petco Park.
Yeah, we hope those home runs that he delivered as a Dodger will carry over here to Petco. He grounded to short his first time. Goes after the slider away.
Yeah, look at that chart. I mean, that tells it all what Mark Sweeney was just talking about. Pull side 52, opposite field 43, but from the gaps 87.
Power to all fields.
Yes.
Personified by Kemp. 0-2.
A little cutter.
He's had success against the Giants in 19 games against San Francisco, hitting .324, 5 homers.
See, that's a great ability as Upton waits on deck for a pitcher like Hudson to throw a ball just enough off the plate. Anybody could just bounce it up there, right? 58 feet. Now, who's going to swing at that? They'll get some, but still. Hudson has the ability of throwing it just off the plate with 2 strikes to make you fish for it.
Another ground ball to the left side, bobbled by McGee, but still has time and throws out Kemp. 2 away. And time for our cold hard facts that's brought to you by Clean and Crisp Coors Light. The veteran Hudson made his major league debut back in 1999 here in San Diego. Went 5 innings, allowing 3 runs while striking out 11. So a auspicious debut it was for Hudson, who has gone on to win 214 big league games. Justin Upton has the Padres' only hit today, a double off the base of the left field wall, leading off the second. Couldn't pull a trigger on that fastball. Change up.
Yeah. You know, Dick, you just mentioned that, talking about that fact about Tim Hudson, takes me back to 1999 at Qualcomm Stadium. 11-2 season that year for the youngster. I remember the people for the A's saying, hey, watch this kid Hudson. Drafted in '97. He's had one heck of a career. In fact, Hudson, Mulder, Zito, remember that trifecta?
Yeah. 1-2 now to Justin. One-two punch, Kemp and Upton. Middlebrooks on deck. Wouldn't bite on the breaking ball away. 2-2.
Guys, so many times you see the adjustments that hitters make, and for Justin Upton with 2 strikes, he does have a propensity to strike out, but he does spread out just a little bit, try to simplify his approach and use his hands. He still has power with 2 strikes.
I see a lot of pitches away, Mark Sweeney, a lot of breaking balls, cutters, sliders away. Occasionally, maybe 2 or 3 times he's thrown into the right-handed hitters.
And the reason for that, because you'll see that contact point that Justin Upton wants. He wants it out front of him to try to pull. That's the reason why you have that pull power that they talk about when it talks to Justin Upton. But he likes to launch outside, and hopefully he can back this ball up just a little bit.
Best pitch he had in this sequence was that first fastball on the first pitch. That was right there. 2-2. High drive center field, but he didn't get it all. Pagan there to collect it. Another 1-2-3 inning for Tim Hudson. We've completed 4th Petco opening day. No score.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Padres Food Crew.
Some of the many fans here enjoying opening day. Good to have you aboard. Go Padres. And another big house expected tomorrow night. If you're not making plans, join us here on Fox Sports San Diego, 6:30 for Padres Live, the pregame show with Brandon Morrow making his first start as a Padre against Tim Lincecum of the Giants. Top of the 5th, Despaigne, if you're just joining us, in long relief. Ian Kennedy, the starter, with 1 out in the 3rd, felt something tug on a hamstring and left the game, and Despaigne taking over has retired all 5 men that he has faced. Blanco, Arias, and the pitcher Hudson here in the 5th. Blanco rolled one through the open right side for a single his first time.
I find it out now. Despaigne now going from the windup. When he came into the game against Kennedy, there was nobody on base. He was working from the stretch. Now he's going from the full windup.
Well, he's unorthodox in many ways, isn't it?
Yeah. It's an abbreviated windup, not a big, over the head and big step back. Just gets into a good position, good leg kick, and drives forward.
High fly ball center field. Myers drifting into the gap to make the catch. Blanco gone, 1 away. Well, the 2 men managing these 2 teams are amongst the longest tenured managers with 1 team. Mike Scioscia leads the way, but technically Bruce Boccia, he had his 12 years with the Padres, and he has 21 consecutive years managing in the National League. But with 1 team, there they are, most longest tenured.
Yeah, and Bruce Boccia just signed that extension.
Fly ball shallow and right. Kemp, 2 quick outs on fly balls. That'll bring up pitcher Hudson.
And Mark Sweeney winning 3 World Championships in 5 years will get you that extension through 2018 for Bruce Boccia.
And well deserved for Bruce Boccia. Everyone knows that around here he is very well thought of, especially from the players. He's a player's manager, but he's involved as a manager too, and well deserved. We're very happy for him.
Really a good man. Hudson line to center field his first time. Check swing foul. Watch out. We talked about Hudson's hitting ability in college. Well, first of all, let's go back to the World Series or bust. The even years of the good years, 2010, 2012, 2014, didn't make the playoffs in the odd years.
You know what? I stand corrected. I believe that extension is through 2019. So some continuity at the helm for the San Francisco Giants. And talking from a player standpoint, Buster Posey is going to be around a long time as well.
In the dirt.
Guys, you see that record, and yes, they've had some success with World Series, and then the following year not. That might be one of the reasons why the San Diego Padres took those times of trying to go out and acquire this talent. So many people are asking, why is it happening this year? That's one of those equations that you have to take into consideration.
You mentioned Hudson at the plate now, a terrific all-around player at Auburn University. As a pitcher, as a senior, he was 15-2. As a hitter, he had .396 with 18 home runs.
The gentleman you just saw up there as Derek Norris fights went off was Bobby Evans, vice president, assistant general manager. And here's the 2-seamer in, and it gets it off the shin or the foot of Derek Norris.
Norris has really taken a beating the first 4 games of this season. That foul ball right off the knuckles of Hudson. He fights that one off, a high hopper and an easy out for Alonso, and Despaigne comes in, retires 8 in a row. We're at the halfway mark in this one. Back at Petco, time now for great moments in Padres history, brought to you by Geico. Let's go back to 1969. April 8th, the very first San Diego game in the big leagues at San Diego Stadium. Padres win 2-1, beating Houston. Dick Soma struck out 12. The winner, Ed Spezio, homered Ollie Brown's double in the 6th inning, won it for San Diego back in the very first game of the franchise, 1969.
That was definitely not high def back then. Right?
Times haven't changed. Will Middlebrooks leads off the Padres, 5th inning. No score. Padres have only one hit off Tim Hudson, the double by Justin Upton. Middlebrooks took a 3rd strike, which was a bit outside, but punched out nevertheless. Muffles that one. 0-2. Alonso then Jerko to follow. There's a view from the upper deck looking through the diamond out to our great skyscrapers.
Mark Sweeney, there's got to be a buzz down by that dugout, huh? You're right in the middle of it all.
Yeah, this is actually perfect, though, and the sun's down. It's no shadows in front. Perfect hitting atmosphere.
Up the middle, slowed down by Hudson, but not enough. It squirts through for a base hit. Middlebrooks aboard with a leadoff single. Padres' 2nd hit. Let's see if they can get something going here in the 5th inning.
No, Mark Sweeney always talks about sinker ball pitchers and trying to get the pitch up and then go to Hackett. First pitch, look at that precision, outside corner, knee high. That is a 2-seamer down and in. That is a pitch. Southland Technology, Fox Tracks. Where was that pitch? It was up, it was extended, caught too much of the plate, and Will Middlebrooks plays a little game of pepper. I love the ground ball to Angel Pagan in center field.
Yonder Alonso walked the first time. Boy, when Panic dived for that ball, it flashed back to the 7th game of the World Series when he made that dive and a backhanded flip and the double play that really, I think, will go down in history as one of the greatest defensive plays in World Series history.
No question about it. Game changer. Saved a run too, correct?
It did.
Right?
Oh, and it would have been 1st and 3rd. Ground ball by the reach of Arias. On his way, no, holding at second base is Middlebrooks, as coming up quickly Blanco in right field. Alonso finds the open hole on the right side. He continues his hot hitting.
Alonso getting out in front of that one. It wasn't scalded, but it's hit perfectly. Hit the top half of that baseball. Shuffle with the runner, and Arias just out of his reach there. Station to station so far. But we know this Padre team's got some potential for the extra base hit as well.
So Alonso is 7 for the last 8 official at bats. 1st and 2nd for Jerko, grounded into an around the horn double play the first time. Went after the first pitch. See if he's more patient this time against Hudson. Strike on the outside corner. 89 fastball. No one out. Amarista due next. Up the middle, and a snubbered throw. What a play, and another double play as Crawford diving took that one right out of center field, and instead of a base hit for Jerko, it becomes another San Francisco double play, their 3rd of the game.
Dick, you just talked about it. Joe Panik in the World Series diving, turning into double play and saving a run. Brandon Crawford, a nice game of flip. Nice turn by Panik, saving a run as well, as Will Middlebrooks has to hold up at 3rd base. That ball gets through. It is a run for San Diego.
Well, the defense behind Hudson, who throws the ground ball out, gets 3 double plays to keep the Padres off the board. Now it's up to Amarista with 2 outs. Ball 1. Amarista walked his first at bat.
Guys, so many options for Tim Hudson in this situation. You got the pitcher behind him, but he's going to try to expose Amarista out of the strike zone. He's still going to try to attack and nibble on the corners.
Yeah, he's so good at that. Good point, Mark.
Foul back.
Had a pretty good pitch to hack at there. Pretty straight away for the Giants, Dick. A little shallow in center field for Pagan. So if he can go the opposite way with some authority, he can scoot one by the left fielder Aoki and Pagan in center.
It would be surprising, however, if Amarista gets something good to hit. They know that Despaignier's not much of a hitter. In fact, he's yet to collect a major league hit. 0 for 24 last season.
Yeah, the pitch prior to that last pitch was probably one of the better pitches to hit for Amarista.
And now they're going to walk him. Don't even flirt with giving something Amarista can punch for a base hit.
Well, Dick, this is the National League style, and you hear the boos from the crowd, but you also know that Bruce Bochy's taking a peek into the bullpen to see if they will make a pitching move and pinch hit in the situation. If no one is warming up, he knows that's an easy decision.
And that is exactly the case. Bochy sends Amarista on 4 wide ones to first base. Runners at the corners with 2 outs. Well, there's always a first. Despaigne.
Absolutely. And, you know, Despaigne is your inning guy to where Bud Black needs some more innings out of the right-hander.
With the double play trying to sacrifice, he's 0 for 25. And on the outside corner for a strike. So a couple of singles and a walk, but the double play and the terrific play started by Crawford at shortstop, denying so far. 0-2. That swing doesn't give you much hope, does it?
Yeah.
Today's game is presented in HD by Sony 4K.
Put a good swing on it, swing hard. You just might hit it. You never know what's going to happen. He's not going to throw him a strike here.
Well, he gets a piece of it. Hudson fields and throws him out, and the Padres' threat goes awry after 5. Still no score at Petco. From Petco, Fox Sports San Diego, presenting Padres baseball, brought to you by Sequan Casino, only 30 minutes from Petco Park. By Jack in the Box, head to Jack in the Box, Jack's Blazing Chicken Sandwich. By Mercury Insurance, you could get 2 free Padre tickets. Learn more at mercuryinsurance.com. Welcome back to Petco Park, the famed Western Metal Supply Company building. Lurking there in the left field corner, an inviting target for the right-handed power of the Padres, but so far it's been all pitching. Ian Kennedy and Odrisamer Despaigne for the Padres against the veteran Tim Hudson of San Francisco. No runs, 3 hits San Diego, no runs, 2 hits for the Giants as we go to the 6th inning.
Remember I mentioned earlier, if Tim Hudson is on his game with a lot of ground balls, the infielder's going to be busy. My goodness, have they been busy. Turning those double plays, making some spectacular plays behind him.
Leadoff hitter Aoki has walked both times. There's a strike. 8th straight retired by Despaigne. And talk about those ground balls. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And if you count the double plays, that's 12 outs on ground balls from Hudson.
Likes to go the other way. Last year, 63 times to left field, and the center and right pretty even. And with that said, the defense spread that way in the outfield. And look at the way they are there. That way.
Well, you got that quiver full of arrows again, huh? You reloaded. 1-2. Chop to the left side. Amarista will have to hurry. Aoki is out. 9 straight for Despaigne. One out here in the 6th. Something's got to give. Joe Panik 0 for 2. Ground out and a fly out. Remember when he came up at midseason, we were up in San Francisco, and the Giants people raving about Panik. He's not spectacular in any phase of the game, but he's just a ball player.
Yeah.
Guy is just going to give you a good game, and then he hits 305.
Yeah. You know who he kind of reminds me of? I mean, just not because this guy I'm going to compare him to was a right-handed hitter, but the guy I'm talking about came up straight from Double-A in 1986. He played second base, and he played in the big leagues a long time. A guy by the name of Robbie Thompson. Robbie, he wasn't flashy. He was just a blue-collar infielder who got the job done. Giants at the time it was a black hole for second base. Who's going to play second base? They had Manny Trio there a couple years earlier. You can go on and on with the names. But Robbie got called up, bypassed AAA, and was there for the rest of his career. Went on to play for some other teams. But you're right, though. He just gets the job done.
Ooh, 50-footer. Bounces well out in front of home plate. 1-2. And a reminder that our closed captioning is brought to you by Wiener Schnitzel. '40th pitch from Despaigne. Taking his time and backs off the rubber.
Another guy drafted the same year Joe Panik, Corey Spangenberg, right?
Yeah, anxious to see just how his future is going to unfold. Bounce to the left side. Amarista on the charge. And he gets him 10 straight now for Despaigne.
He's got that action working. A lot of ground balls. The last 2 hitters, ground balls. Changing speeds nicely.
Angel Pagan has grounded out twice. He's gunned it up to 92 miles an hour. That's about tops for him last year. And he'll spin one in there 60, 63.
Yeah, he will.
Hitting his spots. Pagan, a career .283 hitter. First came up with the Mets back in '99. Oh, there's the spinner at 68.
Yeah. The old semi-ephus.
Got a bow to that one.
Right at the belt buckle.
Tries to hit that outside edge. 1-2.
Mark Sweeney, did you ever get an ephus type pitch thrown your way in your career?
I did, and it's uncomfortable, as you can see. The last 4 hitters, Despaigne has gotten ahead with strike 1. It puts them on the defense, and then you start guessing with this type of pitcher.
That ephus pitch, you load, reload, reload, reload. Trigger. Sewell had that Davis pitch back in 40s and 50s. Another ball smothered to first. Easy play for Alonso. How about the performance of Espana? 11 up, 11 down in relief of Kennedy. Will Myers will lead it off for the Padres in the bottom of the 6th. Still no score on opening day.
Welcome back to Petco Park here on opening day in a sold-out crowd, and I am joined with two fans who have seen a lot of Padres baseball in the past. I'm joined with Bill Pate and his wife, Chris, and you guys have been season ticket holders since 1982, so you've seen a lot of baseball.
Yes.
How exciting was today and the team that is on the field, just the excitement that's around this team?
Oh, I think it's the best since about '84. Yeah. This is really good. We've got great players. The ownership has really stepped up. They brought in some really good ball players. We'll see how they pan out. But right now, it's a really a positive experience.
Talking about the ownership over the winter, you saw the moves that your new GM, A.J. Preller, made. What was your reaction to everything that went down?
Well, I got really excited about it. I'd heard that the new general manager was a genius, and it turns out he must be, because he was able to bring a lot of great ball players in without getting rid of our starting pitching. And that was just amazing to me.
Well, I appreciate the time. You guys enjoy the game, and a lot of baseball this season will be very exciting. You guys have fun. Thank you, guys.
And thank you, Chris. And proudly wearing that Padre jersey. You know, it's important as we're San Diegans. That thing on the front of your uniform, in front of your jersey, in the case of this fan, longtime San Diego Padre, we've got a lot to be proud of. Happy to be in this great city and county. And these are the Padres. These are our guys, and they've got to feel it too. And Bud Black preaches that from day one in spring training. Hey, that's us right there on the front of your jersey. Be proud of it. Myers leading it off, and fooled by that pitch. 2-2.
And at this point in the game, some action in the bullpen where relievers, you have a sense of when you're going to possibly get called. 7th inning, 8th inning, whatever, but getting the wings loose out there. Taking the jacket off if you've got like a heavy ball to work with.
Pulled foul.
Guys, talking about the fan experience and the excitement from the Padre fans, and you realize you go back to 1998, I think, when they acquired Kevin Brown, and the relevance that the team felt, the opportunity to go out there and do something special was definitely there. That's the feeling that I get moving forward with this club. Hopefully they can realize the importance of what the fan brings too, for the energy that we talked about earlier in the game.
Yeah, well said. Ooh, shattered bat. He could beat this out. Charged by Crawford. Can't make the play. It was do or die. He had to go at it barehanded, and Myers, running hard up the line, has an infield hit.
Well, that's what happens when you've got a sinker baller who works down to the zone and works in the strike zone. Sometimes it's good that you don't hit the ball on the sweet spot. Crawford playing back. He's got a charge, and as you mentioned, Dick, do or die in the palm, but can't find the handle. And the base runner with nobody out.
So again, the leadoff man aboard, the third time in the game, fourth time that the Padres have produced a runner from the first batter in an inning. Upton doubled in the second. Amarista walked to lead off the third. Middlebrook singled to start the fifth, and now an infield hit for Myers in the sixth. Derek Norris hit it hard the last time, but right at the third baseman. Just a little low. That's a nice angle, isn't it?
Sure is.
Matt Kemp using that weighted donut, getting himself loose. Pull hitter Norris, that's how they play him. Infield back, looking for their fourth double play. That's been the key. Runner goes, and the pitch is swung on to right field into the sun and caught by Blanco. Back to first base goes Myers. Tim Hudson, 258 the first time through a lineup. How about that for consistency? Same in the second time. Then, like any pitcher, the farther they go, the more they tire. You expect the averages to go up.
Yeah, we saw that yesterday in Los Angeles with Brandon McCarthy. Third time around, a 308 average.
Yeah, the Padres playing a little hit and run with Norris, but he got the ball in the air and flies out to right. Here's Kemp, grounded to short, grounded to third.
Well, one thing you can't do against Hudson is run on him. The key is, though, getting on first base, and Tim Hudson probably thinking right along with you. He's allowed 15 of 18 stolen base attempts, third worst in the National League last year.
Myers has a couple of steals so far.
Oh, yeah. Got the shift on again, the big three over there.
Oh, it really has worked, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Kemp did get a single through the right side of the Dodger infield. That paid off. But other than that, a lot of ground balls here, and they stack. It's hard to hit it through those three gloves stacked up on the left side. Then you have to drill it to be able to beat that shift if you're going to pull the ball.
There they are.
Holding on the runner Myers, you've got about 100 feet on the right side if you want to try to go that way. So Kemp works the count in his favor, 2-0.
Guys, you've seen Tim Hudson miss with location, and you talked about the numbers spiking up just a little bit. You got veteran hitters in this lineup, but you're also seeing that veteran pitcher starting to lose his location.
And when a pitcher does that, Mark, you can do one of two things. You try to hump it up, and that ain't going to happen. That ain't going to work for you. I think Tim Hudson's been around a little bit. Well, he'll take a little bit more off, create a little bit of movement, and maybe get the hitter a little bit too antsy.
He checks a swing and does not go, says Gorman, the umpire at first base, the crew chief. So 3-0 to Kemp.
Does he go? He did not go.
Wait a minute.
He did not go.
Record that. Put it in the vault. You heard it right from Mark Grant. 20 years as a broadcaster. First time. First time, he said, hitter checked his swing.
Ooh, quick feet. Quick feet from Hudson right there.
I can hear champagne bottles. Just the corks are popping. Grant gives the benefit of the doubt to the hitter.
You know, if that's a good throw more towards the outfield side, there's a chance that they could get Myers on that, as Ron Wotus, the bench coach for the Giants, is on the horn.
That means somebody's going to get up in the Giant bullpen. And ball four. Kemp earns a walk. Padres have a couple of base runners here in the sixth as Myers pushed to second base. That's the fourth walk from Hudson. That's out of character for him. And Upton the batter. How about those orange and black boots?
Yeah, when you're in the big leagues and you're a veteran like Tim Hudson, you can get the good looking scoots. Brandon Crawford sports some sweet spikes as well. So going over a little scouting report there, or Crawford going in just to give a little bit of a blow. Always have to be aware of the pickoff attempt to second base.
Javier Lopez, a lefty, and George Cantos, a right-hander, are the first to get up in the bullpen for San Francisco.
And Bruce Bochy once again going multiple left-handers. Affelt and Lopez, 2 lefties in his bullpen this year.
So 2 on, 1 out to Upton. A double and a fly out. Ground ball to third. Not another one. There's one. Back to first. Not in time. Giants flirting with their 4th double play of the game. But Upton able to beat the relay. So first and third with 2 outs to Middlebrooks.
Hey, there are plenty of people who deserve credit for rebuilding the Padres, but you have to start with the owners. Peter Seidler, Ron Fowler, and Alfredo Harpalou. They let us into their lives and their plans for the Padres future on Spotlight. Padres ownership Sunday after Padres Live right here on Fox Sports San Diego. Tune in. Great story.
Yeah, all the credit given to A.J. Preller, and duly so, but the support from management, from the top folks down, saying let's go for it. Let's make this a team that has playoff potential. Middlebrooks, first and third, 2 outs. Slice to right, and that'll make it into the seats.
Guys, you'll see Will Middlebrooks really try to stay inside the baseball. That right center approach, it works perfectly in RBI situations. He likes to talk about that, and when he's locked in, he is hitting right center. We saw the first home run last night at Dodger Stadium to right center.
With that in mind, Mark Sweeney, look at the outfield alignment. Kind of surprising they're giving him right center.
Well, there's not a lot of scouting reports when it comes to Will Middlebrooks in the National League.
First and third. Fly ball to right field, shallow. Blanco staring up into the sun. And there goes another threat by the Padres. They leave 2 more, and there's still no score at Petco.
Time now for our Ram Trucks Tools of the Trade, and it focuses on Odrisamer Despaigne coming in for an injured Ian Kennedy. And what has he done? Well, he came in with a runner on. All of a sudden, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 in a row. How is he getting it done? Well, he's changing his arm angles. He's changing speeds, working down in the zone. A lot of ground balls for the Cuban-born right-hander. He's done quite well keeping it scoreless here at Petco Park on opening day.
11 straight retired, 8 of them on ground balls for Despaigne, relieving the injured Ian Kennedy, hamstring injury, pitching to Aoki in the 3rd inning. So here we go in the top of the 7th. It'll be Posey, Crawford, and McGee for the Giants. Posey twice has grounded to shortstop Amarista. Right. Well, the Giants, with Jake Peavy suffering with a sore back, they feel he will be able to pitch on Sunday, but his turn was yesterday, and they called up Chris Heston from the minors, and Heston delivered against Arizona. 6 innings, 2 unearned runs, and a 5-2 San Francisco win. So no earned runs yesterday at Arizona, and no runs allowed by Hudson today. Bruce Bochy calls that combination his Hollywood twosome. Heston, Charlton, Heston, as Posey goes down swinging.
Quite a rifle for an arm.
And Hudson rock. Says we got our Hollywood guys.
Oh, great location, and he dropped the arm angle. Low 3/4 against Buster Posey.
There's Jake Peavy, terrific Padre. Before I logged on with a Padres as announcer, as a fan, when Jake Peavy was pitching, I wanted to be in the ballpark. Loved to watch him pitch. All out, 100% every delivery. Crawford is struck out and grounded out. Off speed, and Despaigne hitting that strike zone pitch after pitch.
He makes pitching look fun, doesn't he? Look at him just flipping the ball up in the air. I'm just a day at the park.
Yeah,
flipping it up there.
Town team.
Yep.
Go have some beers right after the game. Skips that one to the plate. Off speed again. Just like a kid in Little League, isn't he?
And still the Padres bullpen just sitting out there with the jackets on, enjoying the game. No action in the Giant bullpen.
That ball drilled to right. Kemp right there. That ball scorched, but to the glove of the right fielder. 2 away. 13 straight retired by Odrisamer. Here's Casey McGee, a single and a ground out. They're the only 2 hits. McGee and Blanco back-to-back singles in the 2nd inning against Ian Kennedy. Nothing since.
That was a pretty good pitch.
Yeah, it was 64 on that big slow curveball.
I think he got squeezed on that last pitch as well. I think that was a strike. That one not so much.
So 2-0 the count. True to form, as we mentioned earlier, Despaigne was lights out pitching at Petco last year. He had his troubles on the road, but very effective in the home games. A 2-0, and he throws a changeup.
That's pitching right there, folks. That's taking the sting out of the bat. As you take a look at Despaigne last season, Dick, you talked about pitching here at Petco Park. Great numbers, but totally opposite on the road.
Jekyll and Hyde performance. Grounded, one hop. Middlebrooks across to Alonso. 1-2-3 again. 14 straight retired by Odrisamer Despaigne. What a relief job by the Cuban right-hander. Stretch half of the 7th inning. Beautiful opening day. Standing room only crowd. Aren't we lucky to be in this great country? And part of the ceremony, stretch half of the 7th inning, along with Take Me Out to the Ball Game, is the singing of God Bless America. Let's join in.
It's time for the 7th inning stretch. Before we sing Take Me Out to the Ball Game, please stand and welcome 19-year-old singer-songwriter, San Diego's own Caroline Korn. Please sing along as she presents God Bless America.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans wide with fun.
Thank you, Caroline Cole.
Some of the photos of the fans in the sellout crowd on opening day at Petco Park, and you're going to figure out that selfie thing here. You know, you can actually take pictures of yourself with these.
It's unbelievable
telephones.
Technology these days,
and there's no cords on them or anything.
You know what I'm going to get you this offseason?
What are you going to
get? A selfie stick.
Wait a minute, I beg your pardon. I'll be the judge of that.
It's a hot item.
You don't take gifts from strangers,
one.
not from strangers. Yonder Alonso leads off the 7th.
Let's get something going here in the home half of the 7th.
No score, and Tim Hudson, along with Odrisamer Despaigne, twirling a beauty. 4 hits for the Padres, 3 singles and a double by Upton. Been able to get the leadoff man on with a couple of times to third base. Double plays have hurt. Alonso with a walk and a single. Last night in Los Angeles on his birthday, 3 straight base hits after he had struck out, and the night before, the last 3 times up, he had 3 singles. So he's in a nice little hitting mood. See if he can continue that as he works the count to 3-1.
Good layoff right there by Yonder. Off speed pitch taken. Hudson thinking he's going to maybe get a little froggy. 2-1. Now 3-1. Action in the Padre bullpen. Looks like Joaquin Benoit heating up.
All 4. A leadoff walk for Alonso. And that's been the only chink in the armor of Tim Hudson. Normally gives very few walks, but 5 today. And walking the leadoff man can come around and bite you.
And the Giants also have action as Buster Posey out talking with Tim Hudson.
Left-hander Jeremy Affeldt gets up.
And one of the big 4 that Bruce Bochy likes to use out there. Lopez, Affeldt, 2 lefties. Casilla the closer, and Romo late in the game.
It's a good pen, and it certainly served well to Bochy and the Giants' success in the last 5 years. 3 World Series titles. Despaigne there with Solarte. Did you ask for anything more from Despaigne? Here's Jerko. Tough day for Jerko. Up twice, 2 double play balls, but the last time he flirted with an RBI single. Looked like it was going to get through the middle of the diamond, but Brandon Crawford terrific shortstop. I thought he should have been the Gold Glove winner last year. Makes that glove hand stop and flip with the glove and turn 2. Popped up. Second baseman panic. 1 away.
Padres POV presented by Sequan Casino returns with an all-new season starting tomorrow after Padres Live. This week, the crew tags along with James Shields for one of his favorite pastimes. Plus, check out what's new right here at Petco Park. Padres POV returns tomorrow right here on Fox Sports San Diego.
Yeah, just got it covered from every angle. All good stuff. Amarista up twice, walked twice. There's James Shields. He's scheduled to pitch Saturday night against Madison Bumgarner, the World Series hero of the Giants. Ball 1 to Amarista. So the Padres 4 hits, 5 walks, but nothing in that run column. Only 2 singles. The offense for the Giants.
Who's going to make that first mistake? Who's going to come up with the big hit?
Outside, 2-0. Having trouble throwing strikes to Amarista. Pitcher spot due next for the Padres. Looks like Solarte is in the on deck circle. There's a strike, 2-1. There's Yohan Solarte getting that favorite bat ready for action.
It's a nice little tandem right there. Bruce Bochy and the Big Ragu. Dave Righetti, the pitching coach for the Giants.
Outside, 3-1. Posey considered to be the best at framing pitches, at least in one survey. Borderline pitches, soft reception, making a ball that's just off the corner look like a strike, but couldn't convince Greg Gibson on that try. 3-1. Runner goes. Looper to left. That's going to fall for a base hit. So Alonso can keep right on going. He makes it to third on a single by Amarista. The Padres threaten with 1 out here in the 7th. Playing a little hit and run, but Black.
Well, a couple of factors here. Hudson is around the plate. Sure, he's walked a few this afternoon, but generally speaking, he's going to be around the plate. Therefore, Amarista gets a pitch around the plate. Put the runner in motion. You put Crawford in motion. Everybody's moving. Alonso on his way to third, and the Padres got some action going here.
And so do the Giants as Bochy is on his way to the mound. And with that bullpen ready, he's apparently going to bring Tim Hudson back with him, and Jeremy Affeldt will pitch to Solarte. The advantage here for Bud Black is Solarte turn around and bat right-handed, a switch hitter. Good job by Hudson. Padres threaten one out. Runners at the corners here in the 7th, trying to break this scoreless tie. A reminder, Saturday, MLB returns to Fox Sports 1 doubleheader. Red Sox and the Yankees in the Bronx, followed by a playoff rematch as the Royals battle Mike Trout and the Angels. Coverage begins Saturday, 9:30 a.m. on the West Coast. Fox Sports 1, streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Quite a good doubleheader. Tim Hudson, the veteran, giving Bruce Bochy a solid outing. Unhappy with himself, perhaps, in that he walked 5. That's way more than he normally will allow. And that leadoff walk, Yonder Alonso is now standing at third base, 90 feet away from giving the Padres the lead, as Solarte will turn it around, bat right-handed against Jeremy Affeldt.
Well, Jeremy Affeldt, he is one tough left-hander out of that bullpen for the Giants. 62 games. Bruce Bochy uses him a lot. 55 in the third, only 14 walks. He's got that sweeping breaking ball, the fastball, 89-93, and a split finger.
Effective against both right and left-handed hitters. You just saw 231, 228 the batting averages. Solarte produced in the Dodgers series. Couple of doubles last night in the 7-4 loss. Drove in a run with one of those 2 doubles.
Also, with the left-hander out there, kind of cuts down the running game a little bit. If you're going to go, it's going to be on that first move from Affeldt.
Outside, 2-0. The Padres have had a man at third a couple of times tonight, or this afternoon. We're reaching toward the nighttime hours. But the double play ball has been the big effective weapon for the defense of the Giants. 3 double plays today. Just missing that outside corner, Affeldt. Ground ball up the middle. This could be 2 more. 6, 4, 3. Oh my. 4 double plays for the Giants have denied the scoring of the Padres.
We got you. Yeah,
thank you, buddy.
The big hit, obviously, with the double plays.
Welcome back to the home opener, everybody, of packed Petco Park. We're scoreless. Top of the 8th inning. Mark Sweeney and Mike Pomeranz working on Padres Live, the post-game show. It'll be brought to you by Cox Communications. Boy, nice job by Odrisamer Despaigne picking up for injured Ian Kennedy. But really, right now, you're focused on what's going forward, and there's some pop in this lineup.
Mike, why there's so much excitement? It's the danger factor. They have home run ability. You saw last night Justin Upton getting his first home run. This is power stroke, and this is what you need late in the game, those tight ball games. That's what you need, and this lineup has it.
What a difference a year makes, folks. The job General Manager A.J. Preller and his team have done to put together this team that you're watching. Hanging tight right now in this scoreless ball game, but Will Middlebrooks, Justin Upton, just a couple of the guys who could do a little bit of damage. Hopefully, we'll have some fantastic highlights for you when we see on Padres Live right after the final out. A whole lot in store, including our exclusive interviews with Buddy Black. All that and more coming up today after the final out. Dick Enberg and Mark Grant. Gentlemen.
All right, gentlemen, look forward to your report, post-game show. How about Despaigne? 14 up, 14 down, struck out 1, not a single base runner allowed. He hands the ball ball to Joaquin Benoit, who will face the lower third of the order, Blanco, Arias, and the pitcher's spot. Joaquin's numbers last year. He did give up a home run his first appearance this season to Adrian Gonzalez. Fastball at 93.
Yeah, how about Odrisamer? He threw no hitter this afternoon, picking up Ian Kennedy big time. He had it working.
No base runners for the Giants since the second inning. They had back-to-back singles against starter Kennedy. That's a strike. McGee and Blanco with one out in the second with base hits. Nothing since. So during spring training, it was Brandon Morrow or Odrisamer Despaigne. Which one would be the fifth starter? And Despaigne, because of his style, seemed to figure better as the long reliever. How did he perform today? He's the star for the Padres so far. Morrow, by the way, gets the start tomorrow night, his first as a Padre, against Tim Lincecum. The attendance has been announced, and it is the second largest in Petco Park history. 45,150. Base hit to right field. Slapped sharply by Blanco. That breaks the string of 14 outs for the Giants. Blanco's second hit.
Boy, Blanco just drops the head right here. He just flicks that ball out in front of him. It sounded very well off the sweet spot. Good looking swing. Let's see if the Padres can turn some double play here. Giants have turned 4 this afternoon.
Arias showing Bunt initially. Whether or not he'll go through with that intent, he is struck out into a double play and flied out.
I'm guessing he's going to probably try to drop it down.
Good bunt. Benoit gets the out at first base. And the Giants, with so few chances, now have a runner in scoring position with one out. Matt Duffy's going to be the pinch hitter as we go back to Ian Kennedy in the third inning. On this delivery, he felt something pull. Hamstring. Left leg. And immediately called for the trainer. And was removed from the game. Todd Hutchison there, the head trainer of the Padres. We don't know how serious that is. Matt Duffy. The pinch hit for Jeremy Affeldt, who comes in and a couple of pitches, gets the double play, and bails Hudson and the Giants out of first and third in the last of the seventh. It's in there at 93.
Pretty good hitter in the minor leagues for Matt Duffy. Career .304 hitter, but limited time, only 3 years professionally. This means his 4th year as a pro.
He's like Joe Panik coming up quickly through the farm system, huh? He's a Californian, born and grew up, still lives in Long Beach. Lakewood High School. He played at Long Beach State. He's not wandered far from home except to go to San Francisco as a professional.
And it also does wonders for guys like Matt Duffy, who got a taste of the postseason last year, got a chance to play in the World Series. Heck, he even got a hit in the World Series. So he'll be getting a ring, and that just adds to the confidence for a kid. like Matt Duffy, 23, 24 years old.
24 now, yeah. One out, runner at second, no score, top of the 8th inning. No pitch, no pitch. Time had been called by Duffy. It's a good thing that would have been a ball. Fans booing. Pitch would have been inside. Hunter Pence, favorite around the league. Such a character, plays so hard. Tough break, literally, for the Giants. A forearm fracture, hit by a pitch early in spring training. They're a different team with him in the lineup. 2-1. Milwaukee, the leadoff hitter, on deck. Only 8 hits in the game total, 3 for the Giants, 5 for the Padres. San Diego with many more opportunities, but 4 double plays turned by the Giant infield. Three and 1. Padres 0 for 7 runners in scoring position today. Sente Romo, right-hander, getting all the equipment in place. Sergio Romo, excuse me. And he walked him. So single, sacrifice, walk. And Oakie's the hitter.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the San Diego Padres and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the San Diego Padres.
You heard it well right there from Mark Grant. Don't mess around with the illegal possession of our telecast. Aoki has walked twice and grounded to short.
Outfield playing a little bit on the shallow side. A base hit, come up throwing, trying to cut down that run.
Slap hitter. Flies this one foul off third. Might be a play for Amarista. No, Middlebrooks can't get there either. Bounces off a fan to Amarista, holds it up and says, hey, you got it right here. Third base umpire DeMuro right there on the spot. Upton way over, guarding the line and left. Uh-oh, that ball hit well to right field. That chases Kemp back to the warning path to make the catch. Both runners tag, throw to second, and they don't get him. Amarista thought he did. Duffy taking a chance, trying to advance. Good throw by Kemp. A close play. No challenge left for Bud Black. He used it earlier in the game. And he can go out and argue, of course, with Mark Carlson. Good throw by Kemp.
He did come off the bag. That's why you got to keep that tag on the runner.
And he's safe. Oh, it's after the 7th inning, so he can challenge again. Based on the angles that we just showed you, it didn't appear that Amarista got the ball on him before he hit the bag.
Yeah, that first look we had, I honestly thought that he was safe sliding into second base. If Alexi would have kept the tag on him, he did lose contact when his foot came off the bag. So this is an umpire review. Bud Black can go out there and suggest, hey, this is something maybe you might want to take a look at, and they have the prerogative to go over to the review.
Let's take another peek here. He hasn't tagged him. Foot on the bag there. He doesn't come off the bag, so I can't see how that could be overturned.
Yeah.
Safe. So with 2 outs, the Giants have Blanco at third. Duffy moves up to second. A risky play by Duffy. And Joe Panik is the batter. And here more pressure on the catcher Derek Norris, because on occasion Benoit will dust one, throw it short. You got to be ready to block it. Panik has grounded out twice and flied to left. Takes that out of the dirt. A changeup.
Yeah, we know Joaquin Benoit is changeup heavy for the off-speed pitch. The fastball 94, 95. Good movement on that changeup that he throws, and an occasional breaking ball. But the changeup, pitch number 2 for the veteran right-hander.
In there. 1-1. Changeup. A few Giants fans, unlike last year and the years before, where so many San Francisco's fans would migrate down here for a weekend series because they can't buy tickets. They're all sold out at AT&T Park, so they came down here. You don't see much orange and black. There's some, and they started a little Giants chant, and the Padre fans drowning them out. 1-1. 1-2. Another changeup.
Boy, 3 in a row, huh? Hey, you can throw 3 fastballs in a row. Why not throw 3 changeups in a row? I've always been a firm believer in that. If you can locate it.
Now what?
You know, that's the luxury, Dick. He could throw the fastball up and out of the zone. He could spot the fastball, or he'll throw another changeup.
This is the advantage we talked about earlier in the day. A fan advantage, cheering Benoit. And just staying alive as he pecks at that one. Panik. Another changeup. 4 in a row. Inning started with Blanco single, sacrifice, a walk. Both men move up on the fly ball to right. 2 outs. Panik alive. Benoit ahead on the count, 1-2. Fans want a strikeout. Lifted to left. That's trouble. No. Middlebrooks goes back. Off the bat, it looked like that might be a little bloop to left, but didn't get the barrel on it, and Benoit pitches out of trouble. And welcome back. It's come down to a battle of the bullpens after the starting pitchers, although Ian Kennedy short-lived with the injury, pitched only 2 1/3. Despagne 4 2/3 perfect innings, no runners allowed. Benoit got out of 2nd and 3rd with 2 outs in the top of the 8th inning, and now Sergio Romo, and there's Craig Kimbrell hoping the Padres can get a run. He can come in and log a save here in the home opener. We saw him in Los Angeles, struck out the side in the 9th inning.
Romo, not a hard thrower, but he's got that sweeping breaking ball, and he can spot his fastball. A higher ERA last year than in years past.
Myers, leadoff man, leading off the inning. He has an infield hit and 3 at-bats. Staying in the game is Duffy, replacing Panic. So Panic is out. Duffy's in at second base, and Romo the pitcher. Ball and a strike. Will Myers. 3 for 16 on the new season. No score, last of the 8th. That's in there. 88 on the fastball. He has one of the biggest breaking sliders, Romo, in the league.
Kind of low 3/4 too, so as a right-handed hitter, he's coming right at you. He goes from the first base side of that rubber, so he's got good command of that corner on the outside part, to where he can bury it in on lefties. You really have to stay back also, because I just mentioned, he's not going to overpower you, so you have to let that breaking ball travel. That last breaking ball, Will Myers kind of caught it out in front. .372 ERA last year for Romo. Usually he's about 2.5. I mean, he had a couple years below 2, 1.5 in 11 and 1.7 in 12.
He was a closer in those years, wasn't he? Used as the setup man. He hung one there. 1 and 2. Norris and then Kemp to follow. A typical Giants Padres battle. Low scoring, tense, great pitching. Who's going to get on the board first? Outside and low, 2 and 2.
Regardless what happens in this inning, you're probably going to see Kimbrell, because if the Padres put up a 0 here, then the save will be out the window. It'll be just a walk-off win in the bottom of the 9th, if that's the way the score stays. I would like to see the Padres get at least one, though, here.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Opening day, seeing Zeus go out there and throw some lightning bolts. Good layoff.
It is. That's tough to not swing at that
sure
pitch.
is.
It looks like a strike halfway up there.
And believe me, Mark Kotsay, who really busts his tail with these new guys acquired, they go over the scouting report as Derek Norris waits on deck. He's going to tell him, you know, if you see that breaking ball out of the hand, it's going to end up out of the zone if it looks like a strike right down the middle. There's Mark writing down some notes.
So Myers has worked the count full, with the big guns waiting their turn. Norris next, then Kemp, and Upton there you saw. Hopes he gets up here in the inning. Grounded just foul.
He had a hanger there. Just didn't set back enough. Let it travel. And that's understandable. Easier said than done. Watch on contact where this pitch is. That's a hanger. But just open up that front side a little bit too quickly. The hips.
9th pitch of this at bat coming up.
Well, this is the top of the order. Will Myers, who's got some pop, and then the rest of the guys 2, 3, 4 who can drive runs in. This is the blueprint that A.J. Preller was looking for, right, Dick?
Absolutely. And back to your point about that last pitch, so hittable. You saw where it was in the Fox track, right there in the power zone. Inside corner, strike 3. Greg Gibson punches out Will Myers. That big slider looked inside all the way, but look at how Posey pulls it into the strike zone. That's what we were talking about, framing the pitch.
Wow, he got a call there. That pitch is off the plate. Wow.
And so far in the season, 4 games, a lot of Padres have looked at pitches they thought were not strikes, but they've been called such, and that's the way it goes. The man behind the mask has the final word. So 1 out to Derek Norris. Grounded out twice and line to right. He's hit the ball hard twice. Ground ball to third and a line drive to right. Nibbling the corners, Sergio Romo.
He has to. He's not going to light up the gun. He's got to stay out of the heart of the plate.
High pop up back of shortstop. Left fielder Aoki coming in, calls off Crawford for the 2nd out. And here comes Matt Kemp. It only takes 1 swing. Looking for his first Padre home run, Kemp.
We saw late life of this Padre team in spring training. Sure, it was spring training, but still good results later. They scored some runs. Saw 4 runs in the 9th in Los Angeles.
Kemp 5 for 15 as a Padre. He's knocked in 3. Knocked in all 3 runs on opening day in Los Angeles. On the edge, outside, strike. Second largest crowd in Petco history, 45,150. Oh, 0-2. Well out of the strike zone.
Just trying to tease him, kind of like Tim Hudson was doing with that little cutter, little slider. And being in the division when Matt Kemp was with the Dodgers, he saw plenty of Sergio Romo.
That's right. They know each other.
Here comes the slider again.
Got him. 1-2-3 inning, a couple of strikeouts for Romo. On to the 9th. Still goose eggs on the board. Craig Kimbrel, full fanfare as he comes in for the first time in a home game for the Padres. Struck out the side in his lone appearance in Los Angeles. Lots of fire at Petco as this flamethrower from Atlanta, acquired on Easter Sunday. New Padre will face Pagan, Posey, and Crawford in the 9th inning for the Giants, a scoreless tie. Pagan has struck 3 ground balls. Catcher threw him out, and twice he's gone out to the first baseman Alonso. Last year, Kimbrel leading the National League in saves for the 4th time, 51 saves. Or 47 saves and 51 chances.
And the numbers are just sickening. 95 strikeouts in 61 2/3 innings.
Pagan will start it for the Giants in the 9th. 97 on the first offering. In striking out the side in Los Angeles, he used his breaking ball very effectively.
He's got a power curveball. He's got that 12-6 action. Sometimes he could wrap it a little bit and it'll act as a power slider. Call it a slurve, if you will. We've got some chirping going on with Derek Norris and Angel Pagan. Oh, a warning. A warning, really?
Come on. A warning for what?
That's what I want to know.
That first pitch wasn't that far inside, was it? Well, Pagan has that personality. He can rankle some nerves. Jeter's saying, hey, how about, aren't they supposed to stay in the batter's box when the pitcher's ready to go? You don't step out. I thought that was going to be enforced this year. 2-0. Now, fans saying, okay, Mr. Pagan, don't dig in too deep. Late on that swing, 97 on the fastball.
Pretty short and compact for Craig Kimbrel, coming right after you. Pretty good mechanics too. Up on top, high 3/4. Good finish for a guy who throws that hard. Really good finish.
Not very tall. He's only 5'11".
Right.
Built like a footballer. Played in high school. He said I wasn't very good. Like to hit people though. Right. Again at 97. He topped out at 97 in the game at Dodger Stadium. I'm guessing that knuckle curve this time. Yep, it didn't go. Full count.
Tough to hold back when you commit.
So a full count. Pagan. Posey next.
You almost have to think you challenge him with a fastball right here.
Center field. Myers can't track it down all the way to the wall. Pagan going to try for 3. And he'll make it as they miss the cutoff man. And he's in head first. Myers overshot Jerko, the front man in the relay. It went all the way to Amarista, and that might have been the difference of Crowder safe at 3rd. So Pagan gets the final word in that exchange as he triples off the center field fence.
Well, he challenged him with a fastball, and it leaked over the heart of the plate. Pagan had to be sitting on it. There's no way that Kimbrel, I would think, that was going to throw him a breaking ball and miss and put him on. He's going to have to earn his way on. And with that chirping going on behind home plate after the first pitch, Pagan showing some emotion.
Roberto Kelly, third base coach, down there on his belly trying to say, get in here.
And you know, that was a close play at third base. That was a great relay. A nice slap tag by Will Middlebrooks at third.
So no one out. The Giants with their best chance to score on this afternoon. Buster Posey, their top hitter. Infield in. Here's where Kimbrel really has to come up with the right stuff. Ball one. Consistently at 97 on the fastball.
Infield being brought in. Sure, you love the strikeout, but if Kimbrel can, break a bat, you get a little roll in the infield, you freeze that runner at third base, get that first out.
Breaking ball way outside. 2-0.
And this is where Derek Norris is really going to have to be in this game, as we take a look now at the Cholula flamethrower. Some hot sauce out of the hand of Craig Kimbrel at 97, as you mentioned, Dick. Pretty consistent up in L.A. and now here this afternoon. But Derek's really going to have to be on his game, moving from side to side of that breaking ball. He did a nice job on that last one, saving a run.
Fell behind Pagan, and it cost him a triple. Now 2-0. Posey. Heart of the plate challenged him. Ninth inning drama here at Petco Park on opening day for the Padres. No score.
Fastball in. Breaking ball actually.
Inside. Good call. Fans wanted a strike, but it was well inside. Oh, look at the action. That the bottom dropped out of it.
It almost looked like the pitch that Will Middlebrooks got called out on. Will Myers, I take that back. Will Myers last inning.
3-1. And he walked him. So a triple deleted off Pagan. The walk Posey, first and third to Brandon Crawford. And here the infield has to be alert. Bochy can go to a squeeze. The infield will stay in. Crawford has struck out, grounded to second, and lined to right. Hit the ball hard the last time, but right at Matt Kemp in right field. This is high.
Well, it seems like from Kimbrel it's going to be one or the other, right? The fastball or the curveball.
Andrew Kastner, Tyson Ross, interested spectators leaning on that front railing.
Oh, that's why the strikeout here is so important with nobody out. You get the strikeout, then you can back up the double play depth.
1-1. Pressure on that infield. Middlebrooks at third, Amarista the shortstop, Jerko at second, Alonso at first. Bracing themselves for a possible play at the plate as Dale Thayer starts tuning up in the Padre pen. Soft fly ball, but with the infield in, a long run back for Amarista, and he gets there in time. That's one of the hazards of the infield tight. A blooper that would normally be just an easy play. Now you got to get back there, and Amarista does.
And a hard thrower too. You get jammed, you can just dump it over their heads. That ball hit just high enough for Amarista being able to camp for the first out.
Brings up Casey McGee. Newly acquired veteran third baseman is singled and grounded twice into outs. Infield will stay in. Boy, you can book it. The fastball at 97 every pitch.
And I'm thinking that runner, he's going to go on contact, but even with the middle infielders for the Padres, they're in. I mean, they're quite a ways away from second base there to try to turn two. So in the event of ball in the infield, going on contact, see if Bruce Bochy puts the contact play on.
Ground ball is short. Amarista backs up, goes fair for one, back to first base, and then a play! Oh my! What a quick reaction, Amarista. He's playing in, doesn't go to home. He sees a double play opportunity, and the Padres turn it and bail out Kimbrel. Giants are denied with a runner at third and no one out. Sailing along to the ninth inning, bottom of the ninth. Fox Sports San Diego presenting Padres baseball, brought to you by Petco, the power of together, and by your San Diego Lexus dealer. That's the beauty, isn't it? And so is this game. No score, and Kimbrel gets out of a leadoff triple in the top of the ninth with this double play pitch.
A breaking ball and a great reaction from the middle infielders. Get to where they have to go. Jed Jerko, look at that reaction from Craig Kimbrel. You betcha. Working out of a serious jam.
Now, from the time you play baseball on a little league level, your managers are telling you, think ahead. If you get the ball, what are you going to do with it? And that was a quick reaction by Amarista. He could have tried to go to the plate, get the runner coming in from third. Instead, he saw the quick opportunity for a double play. Ground ball to third, off the glove of McGee. Justin Upton will take a big turn and hold at first base. So the leadoff man on once again for the Padres. The fifth time today or tonight that they've had that first man aboard.
High sinker. Looked like maybe even a high changeup from Machi. Very makeable play off the heel of the glove of McGee. Huge break for San Diego.
Now the first error of the game charged to the third baseman of the Giants. Let's see how the Padres play it here. Middlebrooks, will he sacrifice? No. Takes outside. So the Giants so close to a run they could taste it, but Kimbrel came up with a couple of big pitches to get a pop-up from Crawford and the double play off McGee, and now McGee with the error to start the bottom of the ninth inning.
Outfield playing on the deep side in left field and in center field. Pretty straight away. Little bit to pull maybe in left field. Boy, leadoff triple. Looking stranded. Nice work by the middle infielders. Oh, that was that pitch. Down the middle of the plate that Will Middlebrook can spank to center, to maybe even right center. Stay tuned after this one, after the Padres win it here in the 9th. Padres Live post-game show. Mike Pomerantz, Mark Sweeney breaking it down for you and talking about other games in Major Leagues this afternoon.
Ball and a strike to Middlebrooks. That's a single in 3 trips this afternoon. Clubbed his first home run last night in Dodger Stadium to right center. And that is the gap that they give him, with the right fielder Blanco playing straight away, the center fielder Pagan way over into left center. Inside, Machi, bulky 255-pounder on a 6-foot frame. Giants last year was 7-1 out of the pen. Upton ready to roll from first, no one out. Ooh, buckled the knees of Middlebrooks on that breaking pitch. 2-2.
Looked like a high off-speed pitch, high, almost like a changeup or a split figure. In fact, heavy with the splits for Machi. That's his secondary pitch. Fastball, split, slider from the big burly right-hander.
Machi led all the Giants in appearances last year. 71 times Bochy called his name. Low score, bottom of the 9th. Upton at first, 2-2. Down goes Middlebrooks. One away.
I mentioned that he's heavy on the split figure, and there it is again. Out front of it, swinging over the top of the off-speed pitch.
That almost had a knuckling effect, didn't it? Yonder Alonso been on base all 3 times with a single and a couple of walks. So he's been on base 9 of the last 10 at bats. Alonso with walks or hits. Takes a strike. Hunter Pence on the disabled list with that fracture, but very much a part of the game. Great pitching in the opener on this Thursday, and we expect more of the same the rest of the series. Very interesting matchups on the mound in the Padre Giants series that continues tomorrow night, Saturday evening, and then Sunday afternoon. Two and one. Get it up there, 93 on that fastball.
And then that split figure is the equalizer. You see that fastball, and then he drops that split on you with that tumbling effect.
Jed Jerko on deck. Action pitch coming up. 2-1 to Alonso. Tapped by the mound. Charged by Crawford. He makes the play. Upton moves into scoring position. 2 outs. It's up to Jerko. We're talking about those pitching matchups. Here's what you're going to see over the weekend. Tim Lincecum will be on the mound for the Giants tomorrow against Brandon Morrow. We get a chance to see Morrow in his first appearance as a Padre. Then just a star-studded matchup on Saturday night with Bumgarner against Shields, and then Sunday afternoon former Padre Peavy against Tyson Ross. I know many of you have made your ticket plans. Still some seats available for Sunday. Military Sunday, always a great experience. Look forward to seeing you. There they are. Mad Bum, the World Series MVP. What a job he did in that 7-game series against Kansas City as the Giants won. And Tyson Ross pitched well enough to win the other night against the Dodgers. Only 2 runs. So Jerko's had a rough afternoon. 2 double plays and a pop-up. But he could atone for that with a base hit here to send the Padre fans home with a victory.
Even though it's 1-0, a hitter's count, Machi will toss that split finger fastball up there. That's how much confidence he has in that pitch.
Grounded sharply left side, but Crawford able to make the play and safe at third. That's the only play he had, but he saved the game perhaps, Crawford. If that goes through, Upton might have scored. And Crawford, again, the way he plays shortstop, how can he not win a Gold Glove?
Yeah, it's first base out of the question. He comes up right in firing, and Casey McGee knows. He goes to the bag. Upton knows. Pop-up slide, stay on that pillow.
Good coaching there by Glenn Hoffman as well. He could see exactly what Crawford had in mind. So first and third, 2 outs, and Alexi Amarista, the hitter, and here comes Bochy, and he's going to counter with a left-hander, Javier Lopez. It's the advantage of having 2 lefties and 2 right-handers at the back end of your bullpen. So don't wander away. 2 outs. Winning run 90 feet away. Welcome back, fans. 45,000 rather, 150 here on the home opener at Petco. Having a good time and thinking positively as the Padres have the winning run at third with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 9th. The new pitchers Javier Lopez and Bud Black counters by bringing up a switch hitter. Right-handed hitting Clint Varmus will bat for Amarista. Amarista had a good day, a couple of walks and a single in his 3 at-bats. Varmus came off the bench to deliver a couple of hits, key hits in the Padres' 7-3 win at Los Angeles on Tuesday. So playing the percentages, a right-handed hitter against the left-handed Lopez. Upton safe on the air, carrying the winning run at third. Breaking ball starts Varmus.
Well, Varmus showed in L.A. as you take a look at the runners. Upton at third. Jerko is at first. He poked the ball to the right side nicely. He pulled the ball to the left side in Los Angeles.
His only walk-off hit was against the Padres, Varmus. Ball gets away or was fouled. It was fouled. The foul tip that went back through Posey's legs. And 2 strikes quickly on Barmas. Both on breaking balls from Lopez.
Lopez a fastball. He's not going to light it up. 83 to 88. A cutter, a slider, and a changeup he'll throw to righties. Get that down and away action to the right-handed hitters.
Runner goes, shot to short. Crawford able to cradle it and throw him out. Hit it hard, but right to that golden glove of shortstop Brandon Crawford. We go extra panels. So welcome back for the first time in this new season. Extra innings. No score. That makes it all the more rare. As Dale Thayer comes in to work the top of the 10th inning and will face the bottom 3 in the Giants order. Blanco, Arias, and Matt Duffy hitting in the 9th spot.
Really reliable Dale Thayer. We saw him in Los Angeles, a little under the weather, but the day he came back after being sick, he was pretty darn good.
Yeah. Perfect inning against the Dodgers in the 7-3 win on Tuesday. You see, effective against both right and lefties. Matt Cain now on the DL. He's had certainly a troubled career. Such a brilliant talent, but lots of injuries of late. I'm worried about him. Forearm. First pitch is in there. Let's see, 92. Of course, the magic number fastball for Thayer is 93. Blanco has a pair of hits, 2 of the 4 collected by the Giants today. Barma stays in the game at shortstop. Two strikes on Blanco.
Well, Clint hit the ball hard, right? Barmas just right at him, right at Crawford.
Yeah.
It was an at him ball. That was a good at bat too. He was in the hole. 2 strikes against Lopez.
Both teams had almost equal success in extra inning games last year. The Padres were 10-5, the Giants 9-4. Popped up. Middle of the infield. Shortstop Barmas gets an early chance. That'll bring up first baseman Joaquin Arias. Again, he's in the lineup because of Brandon Belt, a groin pull in the Arizona series. He struck out into a double play, flied out, and sacrificed. Say our old pal Kurt Bavacqua is going to be busy here on Fox Sports San Diego. He's going to do a Saturday night, every Saturday night after the game and home game and Padres Live, the post-game show, an extra hour social hour with Kurt Bavacqua. He's not afraid to say things, you know.
No. Padre alum. Integral part of the 1984 club that went to the World Series.
2 strikes. Fly ball sliced to right. That'll be away from Kemp and into the crowd.
Tough catching up to that fastball for Arias.
Yeah, those fedoras, the giveaway on opening day, and sporting those. Goes to the slider. 1-2.
Oh, the Raleigh fingers look.
Yes, fastball, strike 3. 2 away.
Looks like Dale Thayer's got the crosshairs right on that target. Outside, watch the movement. 2-seamer away, it comes back, ends up right down the middle of the plate. That's a frozen pizza right there for Joaquin Arias.
Matt Duffy entered the game in the 8th inning as a pinch hitter and walked, facing Joaquin Benoit. Now that is a hairy man. I mean, he's got more hair in his eyebrows than you have in your head.
Exactly. That's mucho pelo right there for Dale Thayer.
A mountain of moss, huh? Ground ball sharply at the shortstop Barmas. Fields cleanly, and the inning is over. 1-2-3 for Thayer in the 10th. Padres come up 9th man in the order to lead it off. Well, it's all been pitching and defense. Ian Kennedy started for the Padres, very effective, but in the 3rd pulled a hamstring muscle, had to leave the game, and Despaigne took over, and Odrisamer was absolutely perfect. 14 straight retired, and then in the 9th inning, after a triple to lead off, it was this double play induced by Craig Kimbrough, and he celebrates for the Padres as the Giants with a golden opportunity. A man on 3rd and no one out, couldn't bring him home. Meanwhile, on the other side, 4 Giants double plays have denied the Padres, and on a couple of occasions there was a man on 3rd with 1 out. Corey Spangenberg gets his 2nd official at bat. 0 for 1. Left-hander against left-hander, and that bounces foul. Spangenberg, I guess you'd call it a surprise to make the final 25.
Yeah.
He didn't figure to make the last cut, but did.
I think he does so many things well, though. Wouldn't you agree, Dick?
Absolutely.
He's got speed. He can put the ball in play.
Well, he had that key sacrifice bunt in the Dodger game in the ninth inning that led to a 4-run uprising. Lopez misses, 1-1.
Could play second, play third. You know, he's the type of athlete, type of kid to where he could probably. And there's a Corey Spangenberg fan. I love it. The homemade sign. Good for you.
Outside 2-1. So the Padres have used Barnes and now Solarte. They have Venable and the backup catcher Nieves, position players. Three and one. The Giants have Hector Sanchez, the switch hitting catcher, Justin Maxwell. Brandon Bell doesn't figure to play because of the groin pull.
So Nick Vincent heating up in the Padre bullpen.
Right field hit pretty well. Back goes Blanco. Has room. Long out. One away. Top of the order, Will Myers. 1 for 3. An infield hit in the 6th. And Bruce Bochy is going to make another pitching change. This looks like George Cantos coming in. It is the right-hander as Bochy will make a double switch. One out in the 10th. Someone's going to score. Oh my. Bruce Bochy makes several defensive changes here in the 10th inning with 1 out. Hector Sanchez has come into the game to catch, with Posey moving from behind the plate to first base. And the new pitcher is George Cantos, right-hander, making his 7th outing or second outing of this season.
The 29-year-old, second opening day roster for the right-hander George Cantos. Saw him last year.
More trouble with right-handed hitters than lefties.
Those splits, that's right. So fastball, cutter, slider, change. Seems to me righties with that 250 split, maybe he's reluctant to throw inside. Everything's maybe away. And I think that's maybe why he's so effective against lefties.
Will Myers, 1 for 4. 1 out, bases empty. Again, if you're just joining us, this game is going scoreless into extra innings. Padres have had more opportunities, but 4 double plays by the Giants infield denying. Best chance for the Giants, a leadoff triple. Angel Pagan in the 9th, but he was left stranded as Craig Kimbrell came up with the right stuff, a pop up and a double play to get out of the inning. Chopped to third, charged by McGee. Throws wide. And safe at first base on the air by McGee is Will Myers. That's the second misplay by McGee. He bobbled one in the last inning.
Watches his throw is airmailed as the ball gets by. Will Myers kind of commits. See that little commit right there after? You know, he didn't even touch the bag. That's why he scampered back.
Yes.
Yes, after the second look, he didn't even touch first base. He's got to get back. There you go.
Jose Valentin there, the coach at first, saw it as well and said, get back here. So the Padres have the winning run aboard with one out on the air. Here's Derek Norris, 0 for 4. He's hit the ball hard. Just can't find the opening. With Oakland against the Giants, a walk-off 3-run homer. And that's 3 years ago. A step and a dive as coached by Dave Roberts. Well worked in the spring training period. Roberts such an excellent base runner and stealer.
Well, Canto's probably trying to stay out of the power zone of Norris. Of his 26 career major league home runs, all to left field. Probably trying to pitch him away here. Nothing middle in. Whoa, that one just got away.
New catcher, Sanchez, and he's tested immediately.
I'd see a long set here, maybe a throw over to first base.
That's a pretty good pitch.
Yeah. Looked like a strike on Fox Tracks. Didn't get the call.
So 2-0 the count. Norris, chance to be selective here. See something you like, give it a rip. This crowd of 45,150 itching to let out a roar, bring the Padres home. Grounded by the dive of McGee. Holding at second, Myers. Winning run in scoring position. Well, Norris has hit the ball hard all day. Poetic justice that he should get a base hit. Only the 7th hit of the game for the Padres. And brings up Matt Kemp.
Just out of the reach of Casey McGee. Those are now the big boys coming up.
Kemp over 3 has not been able to get the ball out of the infield. He did walk back in the 6th inning. Padres are 0 for 8 with runners in scoring position. Giants 0 for 6. Yeah, the fans, when Matt Kemp was announced as a Padre back during the winter, this is the moment they waited for, hoping he can deliver. Again, a good stop by Sanchez.
And I'm sure Cantos was out in the bullpen when Sergio Romo was out there. Remember, he pitched against Matt Kemp. Sliders away. So take a look. 9 career walk-off hits. Last one against the Braves last year in July.
Well, if he could deliver here, wouldn't that be the script?
Oh.
You bring in Kemp, you have a sellout crowd on opening day at home, and then have him walk off with a win. He likes the stage. Here's the opportunity. The ball, no strikes. Myers, good speed, carrying that winning run at second. Shift is on. Boy, it's tempting to try to go to right field here, isn't it? something outside. You just drop the bat on the ball going to right field, and it's Posey is off the bag at first, but nevertheless a huge hole on the right side with the shift employed.
Will Myers, decent speed on second base. Outfield, a little bit to go the other way to pull for Kemp.
2-1.
Pagan is like 1 or 2 strides on the third base side of second base in center field.
Another thing that the shift does for the Giants, it checks Myers. He can't take a very big lead because he's got a man playing right behind him. Duffy, the second baseman. Tied him up. 2-2.
Two-seamer. After going away, he counters by going down and in, right over the top of it.
Good action. Justin Upton is on deck. Myers there at second, carrying the winning run. McGee, but Crawford there to pick up the scraps and get the force at second base. Because it was a line drive, Norris had to hold. He couldn't run on the play. And with 2 outs, the winning run once again is 90 feet away, and it's up to Justin Upton. Kemp safe on the fielder's choice.
My goodness. You know, you hit one off the end of the bat, you break the bat, it goes through for an infield single. This one is smoked. Nice job by Brandon Crawford. As you mentioned, Dick, line drive, you got to freeze. Myers sees daylight, live ball, got to go.
So first and third, 2 outs. Justin Upton doubled his first time up. Safe on an error as well. 1 for 4 on the day. And 7 walk-off winners for him. The last almost a year to the day against the Nationals. Last of the 10th inning here at Petco.
Not holding him on. Take second base. Take that force play off.
Right side of the infield there. In support of Upton.
Yeah, Posey way back. Probably take second base here. Defensive indifference. Take that force play off.
Popped him up. Shallow and right. Blanco cruises in and calls. And we go to the 11th inning. Still no score in San Diego. There are the 10-inning totals. The Padres no runs, 7 hits, have left 10. The Giants no runs, 4 hits, a couple of miscues, have stranded 6. And we'll be right back with you tomorrow night, 6:30 here on Fox Sports San Diego for the pregame show. Brandon Morrow will get his first Padres start, and he draws Tim Lincecum, who is 18-6 against the Padres. Lincecum, 2 of those no-hitters. Hope to see you out here at Petco. Expect another full house as Nick Vincent comes in, his 3rd appearance of the season. He's given up a couple of runs his first 2 tries.
Yeah, an inning and a third, workload, 4 hits, a couple of runs, as you just mentioned, Dick. And last year, ERA above 3.5. This is an important inning for Nick, no doubt about it. It's been all pitching and defense this game. Hopefully Nick can continue the trend.
You saw he's had more success against right-handers, and he's going to face 3 left-handers here in the 11th. Aoki starting it off with a strike. Then it'll be Sanchez, the switch-hitting catcher. And then Pagan. One and one. Just missed. 2-1. Middlebrooks at 3rd in on the grass, respecting the bunting ability of Milwaukee. There's a line drive to right field. That'll be a base hit. The leadoff man on for the Giants here in the top of the 11th. He's been on base 3 times, a couple of walks and now a hit. He now has a 12-game hitting streak going back to last year.
Little cutter up coming into the swing path of Aoki. Usually for him to hit it on the line. If down, possibly a different story. That's that cut fastball that Nick was talking the other day.
Sanchez getting his first plate appearance.
Thinking he's button right here. Get that runner over to scoring position.
It's 3 for 7 on the season. Sanchez with a double.
He's swinging.
Good man to double up. Padres stay in the possible bunt situation with a shift on. 3 men on the right side.
And Middlebrooks way in at third base. Now he's backing off a little bit.
Little looper to second. There's one. Then the throw to first. In time for the double play. Jammed with Sanchez, and he just floated one out towards second, and Barmes completes a 6-3 double play.
Well, this ball is slicing off the bat, so Barmes, you know, that's almost like throwing flat-footed because his momentum is going towards third base. He's got to redirect, plant, and then throw very awkwardly, but makes it look easy to complete the 6-3 double play. That's a big league play, Clint Barmes.
Padres with 3 double plays. The Giants have turned 4. Here's Pagan, triple to center field off Craig Kimbrell, but Kimbrell pitched out of that trouble spot in the 9th. Strike 1.
That's the backdoor cutter that Nick wants to throw. You know, I was going to say something, but I didn't. The first pitch was a first pitch cutter for a strike, but Nick, even though it was a called strike, he was upset with himself. Why? Because it was right down the middle of the plate. A lot of guys are going to spank that ball. That second pitch was a dandy. Outside corner, perfectly placed. Look at the first one. He didn't want that there.
Norris framed that second pitch nicely. It was off the edge. Talking during the Dodgers series with their great announcer Vin Scully about the Giants and players, and how much the game misses Hunter Pence, that is so colorful. And then Vin said, the guy that really plays so hard is Angel Pagan. Angel Pagan just always seems to be in the thick of it. He reminds me of Carlos Gomez in Milwaukee. They're hot-tempered, hot-blooded guys that play hard. You may not like them when they're playing against you, but you'd like them on your team.
That's what they say in Milwaukee about Gomez.
Yeah.
He's a great teammate. Plays for some fire.
Same here with Pagan, who's been a key ingredient in the Giants' World Series success. Now 1-2. Trying to hit that outside corner.
I think that's one thing we've seen in this Padre clubhouse this year also, some Padre fire. A lot of guys in that clubhouse ready to go toe-to-toe with the opposition. Derek Norris, don't mess with him. I'll tell you right here and now.
The outfield all but in doubles depth, all deep. Swing and a miss, strike 3. He went after ball 3, and Dick Vincent gets a double play and a strikeout, and here come the Padres bottom of the 11th. Will Middlebrooks will start it. Then it's Yonder Alonso and Jed Jerko. No score.
Maximus.
Delicious. A big hello to Mike Tompkins and Spencer Dolan. Not
Dolan Spencer. Hey, Dolan Spencer.
I tell you, I saw him in there. You saw me in there? No, I saw him.
Sweet.
Well, they're already digging in. Welcome back to Petco, everybody. Exciting home opener, scoreless ball game, bottom of the 11th. Will Middlebrooks got some pop, possible threat.
Another right-handed power guy, and yes, he does have pop. Let's see somebody make a special moment in a Padre uniform.
Back up to Dick Enberg and Mark Grant.
All right, Mike. Middlebrooks has struck out twice, flied out and singled, and takes strike 1 from George Contos, who works into his second inning. Alonso to follow, and then Jed Jerko. Padres have stranded 10, albeit hitting into 4 double plays, so they've had plenty of base traffic. 0-2, just can't get anyone to hit that final dish. Got to visit the Pentagon.
Yeah.
One away. Third time Middlebrooks has struck out. Well, around the majors today, some good pitching. Matt Harvey for the New York Metropolitans in a 6-3 win over the Nationals. Look at Trevor Bauer. Didn't allow a hit, 6 innings, but must have thrown a lot of pitches. 5 walks and 11 strikeouts. The unorthodox right-hander Bauer, former UCLA star, 5-1 win against the Astros, and Shin Soo Choo for the Rangers, a home run and 3 runs batted in a 10-1 win against the A's. Alonso Strike one.
Yeah, Matt Harvey bouncing back from Tommy John surgery. Trevor Bauer in those 5 walks and 11 strikeouts. If he went bang, 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 or ball 4, I mean that's 53 pitches if it's 4 straight, or striking out 11 straight. That's 53 pitches, and he went deep in the count on a lot of those guys.
Didn't allow a hit. Alonso has walked twice, singled, and grounded to short. 1-1. Well, we've gone from a daytime start at 3:40 and working toward a night game here as the lights are on. Challenged him.
That was right into the swing path of Yonder Alonso. A little cut fastball. Down and in. Generally where a lot of left-handers like it, just couldn't connect.
Ooh, shattered bat. Count remains 1-2, and he'll go back to the lumber pile and grab himself a new stick. Didn't like the one the bat boy brought out. He's gonna. There's the one with a hit in right there. That's the one. Look how thin that handle is.
Yeah. By the way, Trevor Bauer threw 111 pitches in 6 innings.
So he had a no-hitter going, but how far can a young right arm manage? Ooh, Sanchez thought he had him struck out.
I thought he had him struck out. That was a pretty good pitch on the outside corner. So Alonso getting another shot. Let's check out what Trax thinks.
That's strike 3. Well, if you count the very skin of the horsehide or cowhide.
Yeah.
Just nicking the corner. Now 2-2. Got him anyway. 2 strikeouts for Cantos here in the 11th. Jed Jerko. Infield hit the last time up. Terrific play by Brandon Crawford at shortstop to keep the ball on the infield, or the Padres may be long in the locker room with a victory. Because at the time they had a man at second base, Justin Upton. Jerko's ground ball headed for left field, and terrific play by Crawford, who's been all over the left side of the infield as per usual for the Giants. Strike 1. Right field, Blanco there, and we'll go to another inning. After 11, Padres Giants still scoreless. to the 12th inning. Nick Vincent's second inning of work out of the bullpen. It's Kennedy. Despaigne was brilliant. Despaigne, if you're just joining us, went 14 consecutive batters, didn't allow a base runner in relief of the injured Kennedy. Then Benoit, Kimbrel, Thayer, and now Nick Vincent's second inning of work. Buster Posey leads it off for the Giants. Strike one. Posey, Crawford, McGee for the Bay Area Bombers. Off the head of the bat, foul. So the Giants again tomorrow night, Saturday night, Sunday afternoon, and then Arizona in for games Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Some good seats available for those 3 games with the D-backs. And then the Padres take to the road. 3 in Chicago, 3 in Colorado. Get your mittens out, Mr. Grant.
Yeah. You got the overcoat ready?
Definitely going to pack that. And then hope you jinx it and you get sunshine and nice weather, which we could have as well.
Exactly.
It sure did look cold at Wrigley, the games they showed their first series of the season.
And then in Colorado, we can get 3 feet of snow.
Yeah, there you go. High fly ball to right. That's hit pretty well. Kemp going back, and makes the catch against the wall. Posey flirts with a home run and just inside the yard.
You know, that wasn't even the best swing of Buster Posey, and the ball seemed like it traveled really well to right field. As we take a look, Matt Kemp doing the old corkscrew has to readjust and squeezes it for the big first out.
He's just learning the environs out there, and that ball came up in a hurry. Posey almost planting that in the jack deck. Brandon Crawford 0 for 4. A lot of offers on both sides. Only 5 hits for the Giants, 7 for the home team. Crawford critical at bat in the 9th inning against Kimbrel with runners at first and third and no one out. Popped up, thrown in infield. That was the play where Amarista had to scamper back in the outfield to make the catch. And then McGee wrapped into a 6-4-3 double play, and Kimbrel and the Padres were off the hook. On the outside edge. 1-2.
I think Nick Vincent also changed it up a little bit. Some guys are superstitious, going with the high pants and going with the traditional stirrups. Didn't see that in Los Angeles. Going back to the Pony League days up in Ramona.
Popped up behind short. A long run for Upton. Barmes drops the ball as they collide. And on to second base goes Crawford. Upton and Barmes fighting for that ball. Barmes was calling and Upton came into the picture, and hopefully he's okay. Goodness, wouldn't that be tragic? A game like this ends on a misplay.
Not really sure when this ball was going up. First of all, if Upton saw the ball off the bat, because it looked like when the ball was hit, it was going to be Barmes' ball, but the ball kind of traveling well tonight, and Upton wasn't there. You could see he had to break down, get out of the way of Barmes, and the communication, don't know what type of communication was going on as well. I don't know if he got a good jump on that ball in left field.
They're going to score at an error against Barmes. So with 1 out, the Giants get a break on a pop fly that the Padres couldn't collect. And here's McGee.
Take a look again. There's Barmes. Okay, Upton's coming in pretty hard. He's coming in pretty hard.
Yeah, he knew he was arriving, Barmes, and he may have shied just a little bit at the end,
sure,
knowing that Upton, a big man, was going to ride into him. 1 strike now on McGee, who has a single and 4 trips Fly to right. Kemp with the catch. No advance by the runner. A 2 away. And here's the dangerous Gregor Blanco. He has a couple of base hits. 2 of the 5 collected today by San Francisco. After Blanco, it would be the pitcher's spot. And Justin Maxwell has a bat in the on-deck circle, so whether or not Bruce Bochy would use the pinch hitter or not, he wants to send him out there to at least make the Padres, Bud Black, think about the next move as Darren Balsley goes out to talk with his pitcher.
Well, a lot of times Darren Balsley will go out there. He's not going to try to throw a lot of mechanical stuff into a guy's head when you're trying to concentrate and make good pitches. Maybe just a little refresher course, a little scouting report as Blanco comes to the plate. Make sure you're on the same page with your catcher, Derek Norris, and they're going to put him on. So he was basically telling them, they saw the pinch hitter out there on deck, about Maxwell.
Maxwell, a new name for the Giants, not new in the big leagues. He played at Kansas City last couple of years, also with Washington and Houston. 31 years of age with a lifetime batting average of .224. Made the Giants club this year. Signed as a free agent back in November. Maryland native.
So the only bench player that Bruce Bochy has left is Brandon Belt, and we know that he hurt his, what was it, his groin in Arizona recently, right? He's listed day to day.
And this could just be a bluff. There's
Brandon Belt.
Because if he was healthy, this would be a spot where you'd use Belt. I wonder if the Padres have a complete book on Maxwell. 2 on, 2 out, 12th inning, no score. Comes out swinging. Last year with Kansas City had only 40 at bats with just 6 hits. Started the season with the Royals and then sent down in April. Two-base error. Clinton Parmas unable to collect Crawford's pop fly into fairly deep left field. Couple of flyouts. Intentional walk to Blanco. So first and second, Giants. 2 outs in the 12th. One and 2. Maxwell, big guy, 6'5" and 225.
Hey, Mark Loretta
makes the catch and throws it back. Whoops. Fan falls over a seat trying to make a catch. And
he and his lovely wife Hillary taking in a big league ball game, giving it to a fan. There's an all-star right there, Mark Loretta. Nice.
Did he go? No. 2 and 2. 2 on, 2 out, 2 balls, 2 strikes on Maxwell in a scoreless game in the 12th inning. You never know what you're going to see, and certainly the fans came to the yard today in great numbers, 45,000 of them, not expecting an extra inning game with no one scoring. Vincent trying to keep it that way. And a good foul back. Half swing from Maxwell. Full count. Well, that's a plus for the Giants. It'll give Crawford a chance to be on the run here, and on a base hit, much easier to score. Matt Duffy is on deck.
Sometimes with the infield swung around a little bit on the pull side, you might, just give a little inside move from the pitcher just to keep that guy close at second base. Kirko staying away from the second base bag.
Center field, base hit.
Here comes Crawford to score. The Giants have a 1-0 lead as pinch hitter Justin Maxwell pays his first dividend as a Giant. So the air opens the gates and the Giants score first.
Well, Nick missed with the location right there. I think he wanted it away, and Maxwell gets those hands through quickly, fights it off. Definitely not off the sweet spot, down near the label. And with 2 outs, as you mentioned, Dick, the advantage with the Giants base runners off and running with the pitch. Giants are on the board.
First RBI as a Giant for Maxwell. It's his second hit. So first and third as Blanco raced over to third on the play. And here's Duffy, who has walked and grounded to short. His 2 at-bats off the bench. Good catch made by a fan in the second tier off to the right. Bare-handed catch, and that was coming in there hot. No, go ahead. You keep it. No, I'll take it. You want it? One and one. So an unearned run here in the top of the 12th inning, giving the Giants the first run of the game. So we sneak a peek at the bottom of the 12th inning, and the Padres have Barmes, the pitcher's spot, and leadoff hitter Myers scheduled. Line foul. Ooh. Fortunately, Alonso right there holding on the runner. Had that ball been fair, he probably would have had a chance to catch it.
Kind of tough to tell right here from our vantage point because it was hit so sharply, but if he dives for that ball and that ball hits his glove in fair territory, that's a fair ball, but it lands foul. No touch of the glove.
1-2 the count.
That might be one of the things Bruce Bochy might be asking, if that ball in fact did maybe touch his glove in fair territory. Kind of tough to tell. It happens so quickly.
Now with a 1-0 lead, one must surmise that Santiago Casilla, the closer for the Giants, will come in the bottom of the 12th.
Yep.
Vincent trying to limit the damage to the 1 run. Inside. There's Castillo. Casillas earned his way into that closer role.
19 saves last year.
2-2. Quick bat for Duffy.
Well, he knows that Nick Vincent throws that slider. He throws that cut fastball. Duffy can stay inside that pitch and take it to the right side with Alonso holding on the runner in that big hole. That last swing looked like that was the intent of Matt Duffy.
Line to right. That could be trouble. Slicing into the corner. Kemp can't get there, and it goes foul.
What a great effort by Matt Kemp.
That was. Had it been fair, he would have had the third out. But off the bat, that had trouble written all over it.
Yeah, and that's one of those where you're running, you've got a bead on it. You don't know whether it's going to be fair or foul. You don't know how close it is.
It was close.
Yes, it was. So you got to lay out and try to make that catch.
About 5 feet foul. Down in the short part of the yard. 322 down to the foul pole. Well, runners return, first and third. 2 outs and 2-2 the count. Center field, Myers. Inning comes to an end, but an unearned run for the Giants with Maxwell off the bench to deliver Crawford, and the Giants lead 1-0. Well, the Padres have matched their longest ever game on an opener, and that was at Pittsburgh in 2005, and that game also was 1-0 as the Pirates beat the Padres then. And here's their closer, Santiago Casilla, and his numbers from a year ago.
54 games, he throws all 4, a fastball, slider, curveball, change, 92 to 96. See the splits, very nice splits for the veteran right-hander. And he's a strike thrower, 15 walks in 15+ innings. In 34 career relief appearances against these Padres, he's allowed just 1 run in 37 1/3 innings against the Padres. A .24 ERA, Dick.
And he's already logged a couple of saves, the 2 wins in Arizona. Will Venable will come out on deck and follow Clint Barmas here in the bottom of the 12th. Ball 1. So Barmas, Venable, and then the top of the order, Myers. Pops him up, shallow left center, long run, but the center fielder Pagan is there in front of him. Comes Aoki to make the catch. That ball hit higher than the one of Crawford's, where Barmas went back and couldn't make the play, and that led to the unearned run. 1 away, and here's Venable. Venable this year with the acquisitions of Upton and Myers and Kemp has been relegated to a utility role of backup and pinch hitter, defensive player. Has had only 1 official at bat, 0-1. Two strikes. Games like this one that made Bruce Bochy's Giants so successful The last 5 years, play it tight, good pitching, look for a way to win. Don't hit a lot of long balls. Scratch out a run. They got unearned run here in the 12th, and that's a 1-0 lead, 2 outs away from a victory for the Giants. Padres need a, as you say it, Mark Grant, a bloop and a blast.
Yeah. Yeah, with the outfield, they're playing on the deep side. Get one in there.
Check swing, ball in the dirt, and Venable went for it. Strike 3. Usually the mild-mannered Venable is really upset and now has been tossed. That may be the first time in his career Venable has gotten the heave-ho. What did he say? Bud Black is asking plate umpire Gibson. And now Buddy Black will join Venable. He's been given the thumb. It's been a long day for the plate umpire, a long day for the crew.
I thought he went, honestly.
Yeah, he did. Venable upset because plate umpire Gibson made the call, didn't ask for help from the first base umpire. So he saw it as strike 3. So 2 away. And here's Will Myers. 1 for 5. Nothing wrong with a walk here, and give the Padres a chance with Norris to follow and try to make good on this 1-0 deficit. Right down the middle.
Oh, I don't know what was said with Venable and with Bud Black, but I tell you what, Greg Gibson is making it known that he's telling everybody, I'm not going to even let you guys argue with me. I've got the quick hook. I've got the trigger working, right?
Yeah, the magic word may have been uttered by both men.
Yeah.
2-1. And a roller to third. McGee makes the play, and a very disappointing opening day. 45,150, and they see the Giants win the game in 12 innings on an unearned run. Final score 1-0 San Francisco. Here's Mike Pomeranz.
That was a tough one for sure, but I hope you'll stick around for Padres Live, the post-game show. We'll go over everything that happened. Hey, nice job by Adrisamer Despaigne, and you'll hear from Buddy Black.